Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, August 12th, 2025, and I call to order the regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Leading us today with the invocation would be Chaplain Betsy Vanderpool. Come on up.
Good morning.
Good morning. Morning.
Would you please join me in prayer? God, thanks so much for the privilege we have to lead and serve in El Dorado County. And Lord, with such an amazing gift of trust and the gift of stewardship comes responsibility, because we lead in government, in business, in organizations, in our communities, in our county, not just for us and the people who are here now, but for the future generations who are going to call El Dorado County home. And so, Lord, I pray for your hand on the Board of Supervisors, the issues up for consideration, the people presenting. Lord, may we each have your wisdom so that we can serve wisely and we can do what's best for our great county, the citizens, the guests, the people who come here to work and play. Lord, let us not take this privilege lightly, but let us steward it well. In your strong and mighty name, amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please join me in the pledge, please. Ready? Again. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome, El Dorado County, to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors, and thank you for joining us here today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes to allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. All right, what is the will of the board regarding the agenda?
Looks good.
Any necessary additions or deletions or corrections?
No, sir.
Everything okay?
It's okay.
Okay. So do I get a motion?
Make a motion.
Approve the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye? Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Now it's, what is, the consent calendar? Is there any changes, District 1,
Nope.
District 5,
No changes.
District 3,
No changes.
District 4? No changes, and I have no changes. So let's open it up to public comment on the consent calendar, please.
We are now taking public comments specifically on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating through Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Yeah. As a reminder, the board will take open forum comments at 1 p.m. Open forum is a time to comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. So this is only on the agenda. All right.
Consent calendar.
Yep. Okay. Our consent.
Seeing.
Anybody wants to speak? Come on up.
We are taking public comment on anything on the consent calendar.
On the consent, not on the agenda. Consent.
Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now. Go ahead. Are you-
All right.
Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right. So bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. And we'll go ahead and head to our department matters. Item number 34, HR and CAO, Chief Administration Officer specifications.
Item number 34 comes from the Human Resources Department and the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, approve and adopt the new classification specification for Chief Information Officer. 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to A, approve the job class number bargaining unit assignment to the unrepresented department head's bargaining unit and salary range. B, add 1 full-time equivalent CIO allocation in the Information Technologies Department. C, direct that upon appointment of the CIO, the 1.0 FTE Director of Information Technologies allocation be deleted. And 3, direct Human Resources to update the authorized personnel allocation and publish salary schedule accordingly.
All right,
Thank
Joey.
you, Kim. Morning, Board. Joey Carrasco, Director of Human Resources. Yes, this item is to create a new job specification in IT, Chief Information Officer, CIO. So the plan is, if this is approved, is to do a recruitment to fill the position of CIO. And at that point, we would delete the IT Director classification, which is what we've had for years. I'll just, by way of background, this was driven in part, this change was driven in part due to the grand jury recommendations that you all saw and responded to. While we didn't agree with all of the grand jury recommendations, we did agree that it was time to update our IT leadership classification. So going from a IT director to a chief information officer seemed to make sense. The salary range is the same as IT director, so there's no changes there. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I will say that generally, the minimum qualifications for CIO are very similar to IT director, but the CIO classification is more of a forward-thinking role. It's the head of the department still, much more strategy-driven, whereas the IT director classification is more kind of day-to-day technical piece for IT. So we thought this would be timely. The IT director classification hasn't been updated since 2018. So it was time. So that's why I'm here. Happy to answer any questions.
All right. Board, have any questions or comments? None?
I think it's a good direction for the
Yeah,
county to go.
it
I
is.
mean, honestly, and appreciated the grand jury's suggestions, and we took them seriously. I hope they understood that. And yeah, this is a good thing, I think, for the county.
All right. All right, so let's go ahead and go to public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically regarding item number 34. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody want to speak on this item? Come on up. I don't see anybody. Let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right,
Mr. Chair, I'll move the item for approval.
Second.
all those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Let's go to item 35, surveyor conceptual approval of monument preservation ordinance.
Item number 35 comes from the surveyor recommending the board pursuant to Board Policy A3, ordinances new or amended, conceptually approve the following. 1, establish a new ordinance, Survey Monument Preservation Fund and Survey Monument Fee. And 2, amend county ordinance sections 1.0.28.30, forms and contents, 1.20.32.030, monument placement, and 1.0.52.050, non-completion of monument placement to include consistency across ordinances.
All right, Justin.
Good morning, Board. My name's Justin Cisneros. I'm the Deputy Surveyor. Wanted to come talk to you a little bit about both proposals. The first one being the Monument Preservation Fund. Wanted to provide you with a little bit of background and then answer any questions that you guys might have. This is a fund that is allowed through government code. Unfortunately, we all know too well that we have fires here. And part of the cleanup process post-fire is come in with bulldozers and clean all the environmental waste and everything that goes along with making it rebuildable. When that happens, the majority of everybody's property corners gets destroyed. So what we were, Brian Frazier, the county surveyor, and I wanted to do is figure out a way to help the residents at their time of need. Little bit of background with the Caldor fire, the county did this. We spent approximately $60,000 and went in as an agency and said, here's all the monuments we can find. We produced a map of everything that we found, and that allows the residents to come in and jump in on our map and not have to start from scratch. Saves time and money. This fund, per statute, is a $10 maximum fee per recorded document. The fee can only be allowed to be attached to specific documents. It's designated in the code. And we've worked with the recorder's office to iron that out. So, and there'll be a training portion, if approved and this goes into place, there'll be a training component to this so everybody understands where this can be collected and where it can't, so it's not done incorrectly. The funds will go directly into a specific account that can only be used for monument preservation. It does not specifically have to be post-disaster, but anything to preserve survey monuments, the county surveyor can approve the spending of the funds for monument preservation in other avenues when executed by the county. 50% of the counties in the state have this in place already. So we would be, well, we would hit, if this goes into place for El Dorado County, we would hit the 50% mark in the state. The recorder's office provided a little bit of background information. If this was in place in 2023, we would have raised $23,430. If it was in place in 2024, it would have been an additional $24,520. Like I say, the survey that we did for Caldor was approximately 60,000. So that money would not be coming out of the general fund anymore. It would be, well, for a while it still would, but and the goal would be to raise enough that post-disaster we could pay for that service with this. That's that. Do you guys want me to go to the part 2, or do you want to ask questions on this before?
Any question? Go
I
ahead,
got one,
Brian.
Justin. Being familiar with catastrophic wildfire and so forth, there should be post-recovery reimbursement. Now, maybe we've missed the boat along the line in doing that. Before the disaster closes out, we should be requesting reimbursement for that. Case in point, up the airport, it took out a bunch of fence, and we had made sure Cal Fire came back and put it back in. So something we should keep in mind. I'm not against this at all, because I think there's other opportunities there. But after a major incident, we should be making sure we're tagging on with OES to make sure we're covering those costs. And I know some of these are going to be farther down that road, but we usually keep the incident open for recovery for quite some time. So
Fantastic.
Yeah, and talking about the Caldor fire, you know, especially, you know, one of the ranchers that lost 60 miles of fencing is what it was. So, and especially markers that have been destroyed. I mean, old time markers and stuff like that. So, and Brian's right. We need to follow up and make sure that we get some kind of reimbursement for that, be able to help these people.
Do we know if this was something that was requested for reimbursement during the Caldor?
I don't believe it wasn't from our office.
we'd have to
Okay.
probably check with Troy Morton.
Yeah.
Right,
Sheriff's
right.
Office
Just because
and
I know
OES.
they've got, unfortunately, our county's gotten very good at tracking, fire, and we did learn a lot. We had, I remember at that time, a lot of other counties were jumping in and helping us, because they had experienced so many,
Yeah.
and helping our county know how to navigate it and track those things. So I'm just, curious if that happened or not, or wasn't aware
Mhm.
kind of thing. So maybe something to follow up on.
Yeah.
CAO. Cool.
Okay. Any other questions? Is that all right? All right, let's go to the next one.
Part 2, current ordinance. There's 3 sections that discuss survey monuments. There's the final map section, there's the parcel map section, and then there's just a general surveys section. I will say that while they aren't in conflict, they are not harmonious. And so it creates confusion. And so the county surveyor and I have drafted up a proposed revision where we would take the monument specifications out of these three separate sections and divert it all to a new section that is specific to survey monuments. It removes the confusion. It creates a more unison, easier to follow expectation of what the county requires for survey monuments. This is, again, with development, if you have a new subdivision going in or somebody decides they want to execute a lot line adjustment and there's some requirements there for statute. Currently, the ordinance creates confusion. We want to clean that up and make it smoother.
Any questions from the board? Got any?
I think when you bring it back, Justin, we'll see red lines and all
Yeah.
that
Oh, yeah.
stuff, so we
Yeah.
can take a look. So
yes.
cool. Yep.
So this is direction, yeah, it sort of sets up here that
Yep.
we just want to amend it, but
Yep.
it's really direction to amend.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Conceptually, do we want to do this?
Right,
So,
right.
yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Perfect.
All right. Any other questions from any board members? Greg? Nothing? Okay, so I guess we'll open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 35. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom, and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the boardroom like to comment on this item? Come on up. I don't see anything. Kim, you want to go to Zoom participants, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board.
Move. Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Thanks, Justin.
Thanks, Justin. You too.
All right, so let's move to item 36, library funding ballot measure direction.
Item
Come on up, Bryce.
36 comes from the Library Department recommending the board receive and file a presentation from the Library Funding and Sustainability Ad Hoc Committee and provide direction regarding ballot measures.
All right, good morning.
Morning, Bryce Lavelle, Library Director, and I'm just, we'll just load the PowerPoint here real quick. Sure, thanks. Perfect. So the ad hoc committee related to library funding and sustainability, Supervisor Veerkamp is part of that, as well as Supervisor Harlan. And one of the reasons that it was created is because we have two zones, Zone G and Zone F, and the parcel taxes in those areas will be expiring in fiscal year 26-27. So Zone G is slightly orange, yellow, the Georgetown zone on the map, and then Zone F is South Lake Tahoe, the yellow zone. And one of the things that we also discussed as far as the zones in the County Service Area 10 is how massive Zone H is. So it goes all the way from Cool to Strawberry down to Mount Auckham. And so the discussion, if it was ever desired to place a measure on the ballot related to zone or involving Zone H, it suggested that that zone is first shrunk. And that was something that was talked about more so as conceptual maybe for the future, not this upcoming primary. But this discussion was had that is a very large geographical zone. And overall, the ad hoc committee suggests a very conservative and pensive approach and sustaining current library services in a similar fashion with funding, knowing that there's increased fiscal and political uncertainty currently, also in June, and even more so in November. And because of that thinking, it's suggested that the measures for Zone F and Zone G are placed on the ballot in June during the primary election. For fiscal year 24-25, this is the levy summary. So you'll see Zone F and Zone G highlighted. So South Lake Tahoe, that levy generated roughly 580K. And with Zone G, approximately 124K. With Zone D, that's Cameron Park, that's a benefit assessment. And Zone E, that's El Dorado Hills. This provides an overview of how everything's structured for Zone F. It's nearly identical to Zone G. With the $20 per parcel, that's the base, and then it increases based on the Bay Area CPI. So currently, with each parcel, they're being taxed $25.51 per parcel. And in June of 2014, this was passed with an impressive 80% of voters saying yes. Both of these libraries are very beloved by their communities, and we have very strong Friends of the Library groups eager to advocate for continued library services. And this is an overview of Zone G, Georgetown, an impressive 77.32% of voters voted yes in 2014. This is zoomed in on the Georgetown area, or in that zone, Zone G, and looking at library data. For the most part, folks within this zone are utilizing the Georgetown Library. We do have individuals coming from Cool, and this next slide illustrates just the a mapping and overview of people's or where they live, and then their home library. So you can see it's fairly concentrated within that zone.
So is that number of users or is that population?
This is not population. These are individuals that have in our system, we have you can set to a home library. And so we're pulling that data. So these are likely
Users.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. And then the same for Zone F. And then we look at that data, still very concentrated within that area. You will notice that in other, it's about 21%. And that's composed of people with second homes, timeshares. We have a reciprocal agreement with Douglas County, so it can be folks from that county. But within that data, it represents greatly the timeshare, second homes, people may be working in the area during certain times. So that's why that number is a bit higher. So again, the ad hoc is recommending a very conservative and intensive approach and placing measures on the ballot during the primary on June 2nd for zones G, Georgetown, and then zone F, which is South Lake Tahoe.
So I'll bring it back to board. Any questions?
Nope, I'd
No.
just like to confirm with Supervisor
Yeah.
Parlin that was our recommendation.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I think what we were talking about is you saw the map and how huge that
Oh, it's
H zone
huge.
was so big. And it made sense that for future ballot measures to really get down in some data and see which parts we should chunk off where. And additionally, the data show that a lot of Cool and Greenwood up there near Georgetown use Georgetown Library. So I think it would also be good in the future to explore if we want to create their own little zone, and can we have that money also go to Georgetown, or how do we do that rather than expanding the Georgetown zone? There's just options to look at in the future. But yeah, we do have very strong library support. And so I've heard that our folks are chomping at the bit to get ready to get out there and advocate for this. So we want to make that happen for them. And so Bryce, what are next steps if the board likes where we're headed and stuff, and we're supposed to give direction today for what to do next, right?
Right, a resolution would be brought to the board. That needs to happen at least 125 days before the primary.
Okay.
So I've had some preliminary discussions with council on those pieces. That would be the next step, and then a resolution would be brought to the board.
Okay. Are we thinking like December-ish, maybe before the end of the year to get it done, or because the deadline's like January or something, right? Or
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The deadline would be mid to late January. So if the board supports it, I would bring the resolution as soon as possible.
okay. So I think that makes sense. And then the other thing that we were talking about is that the current parcel tax started off at 25 and then went up. So we were thinking that the next ballot measure would just go where we are now at the 2551 probably, and then continue going up. And that's consistent with the language from the last time.
She's great, yeah.
Uh-oh,
She's
what's
been one of my
happening?
favorites.
Ooh, who's that?
As careful and mindful and conservative as possible with how the measure and the pieces are built.
Yeah, but you have two communities, for lack of a better word, that are wildly behind this. I mean, 80% pretty much in both locations approval. It's not like it's on the margins. What taxpayers like to see are sunsets, but I would think you could go greater than 12 years. 12 years is a relatively short amount of time.
Yeah. Well, we
So,
could
just
consider
my
that. I mean,
food
it's
for
just,
thought.
we just thought it worked last time. We didn't want to mess with it, but you're right. It's something that's why we're here discussing it today. So it's up to the board to consider if we think that that would be politically palatable to the voters.
Yeah, I think what they like are sunsets. I think if you went out and asked the majority of taxpayers if they are aware of what the current sunset is, they wouldn't probably know.
Correct.
They would, but they do like a sunset, so I'm not arguing against it. I'm just saying maybe we give ourselves a little more time.
County council, is there anything preventing us from doing that? Nothing, right?
No, there would be nothing to prevent you from doing that.
Okay.
Rick,
Well,
you got anything?
something we can think
No, I mean,
about.
Sounds like a good idea. Give you a little more solvency for,
Yeah.
8 more years.
Would it be a good idea for you to ping your friends of the library folks just to double check before we bring it back, or? They could probably sell anything to these library folks because it's that our libraries are so loved.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're right. It is, in my mind, it's a easy sell.
And it's costly
It
to put
is.
something on the ballot. So,
It is.
to buy ourselves a little more time would be
Yeah.
financially beneficial to the county.
I'm certain that the Friends of the Library would be interested in supporting that. They're very passionate,
Yeah.
both in both zones,
Okay.
but in particular, the South Lake Tahoe Friends of the Library. I've chatted with them recently, and they've reached out a few different times to see if we have any updates. So they're very passionate. And when you look at Zone D, which is Cameron Park, it's a little bit different because it's a parcel tax. It does, or it's a benefit assessment,
Yeah.
and it does not sunset, but it also does not increase. So you're always battling
Mhm.
inflation.
Mm.
And then Zone E, El Dorado Hills, that's $25 per parcel, no inflation adjustment factor. And that one, I believe that one does not, or it does not sunset. So there is a similar model, but it's not attached to
A
consumer
CPI,
pricing.
yeah.
But that's weird because it's a whole lot less parcels raising almost as much money as Zone F. So how could, I don't understand it. The parcel rate is $25.
Yes, for Zone D parcels,
I was looking at E.
oh. The special tax for Zone E has no sunset date, approved by voters March 5th, 2002 at 25 per non-exempt parcel per year. There's no inflation or adjustment factor for the special tax. And then 2004 voters approved Measure F, which altered the special tax rate for apartments. Apartment parcels are now levied $20 per apartment unit. Everything else levied at 25 per parcel for Zone E, Colorado Hills.
Something's weird about the math. Because is Tahoe currently paying $25 per parcel roughly with the 3% going up every year for the last 12 years? Are we at about 25?
2551.
Because if you multiply $25 times 51,000 parcels, almost 52,000 parcels, that's $1.23 million. But you're basically saying that Zone E and Zone F are the same rate and they're generating roughly the same amount of money. But Zone E has less, a third of the amount of parcels. So
Why didn't
The
we
math
put
is
you on
weird.
the ad hoc Supervisor Lane? Gosh darn it.
It
Sorry.
may be, as Bryce was mentioning, that there's a unit count as well as a parcel count.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
the
know, I'm familiar
timeshares
with
and
this with
stuff.
the EMS levy, yeah,
Mhm.
so
Okay.
as he mentioned, the apartments. So it could be that you have several apartment units in one parcel. And
Right.
So this may be, in addition to showing parcels levied in the future, you might want to see units levied. And
Right.
that might show you the difference.
Show the difference.
The
Okay,
difference.
that makes
Just a
sense.
Guess.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you okay?
I'm okay.
Okay.
I do have some more granular parcel data if the board desires to know.
Well, I don't, but do
No,
you,
no,
do you-
I'm
are we
good.
good? We
I'm
good?
good.
Yeah.
We're all good. All
Now
right,
now we get the math.
Yeah, we
okay.
get the math.
We
now.
get the
Thank you.
math.
all right, let's
So-
go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically
you,
regarding
Casey.
item 36. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the boardroom would like to speak on this item, come on up. I don't see anybody, Kim. Go ahead and go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comments from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so bring it back to the board.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would move the item with the direction to prepare the resolution for 20-year. If you get any negative feedback
Yeah.
from the two advisory groups, have a red line version ready to go.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect idea. The good way to do it.
All right.
so.
Second that.
Okay, all those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you,
All right.
Bryce.
Thank you.
So the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 39 through 42 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes by comments concerning those matters may do so at this time. Please open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on up.
Lars Cutes and Paul Pines, and I just say, God bless you mightily. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I guess, anybody on Zoom participants? Kim?
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so let's, need to close session. Greetings, El Dorado County. We're back from closed session. We will continue the regular session of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors meeting. County Council, do we have any reported out?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board completed its closed session agenda and there's no action to report out.
All right, thank you for that. All right, we'll move to item 37, Building and Planning, Update Planning Commission bylaws.
Item number 37 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, in coordination with the Planning Commission bylaws ad hoc, recommending the board take the following actions related to the proposed amendments to the Planning Commission's bylaws. 1, provide final direction and adopt the bylaws as revised by the ad hoc committee. 2, direct staff to provide a final version of the approved bylaws to the Planning Commission. And 3, discuss and provide direction to the ad hoc committee on review and potential revisions to the codified duties of the Planning Commission to further clarify the roles and responsibilities of the Planning Commission.
All right. So I'll go ahead and open it up.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Board of Supervisors, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. So again, I'm joined here by Karen Gardner, Director of Planning and Building, your Executive Secretary to the Planning Commission. So this is a continuation of an item heard on June 10th, 2025. The item, as I present it today, is a review of proposed amendments to the PC bylaws recommended for your consideration by the Planning Commission, but further modified by the ad hoc committee that was established in June. The item includes attachment A, which is a version of the PC bylaws as amended by the PC and further amended by the ad hoc committee, and also attachment B, which is Title II, Section 220, Article 9, which I described in some detail last time, but that generally outlines the establishment, membership, terms, et cetera, of the Planning Commission as approved by the Board of Supervisors. I did give you a comprehensive background on sort of how we got here in June, so I'm going to focus this background on what's happened since that time. And then, as I mentioned, on June 10th, the Board of Supervisors considered the amendments to the bylaws as proposed by the Planning Commission. The proposed changes were not adopted, and the board created an ad hoc committee to further review the bylaws and make recommendations regarding the roles and responsibilities of the PC. And again, this item is a result of that review and discussion. And if you recollect, we came with proposed bylaws from the Planning Commission, and then there was a request to initiate an ad hoc committee to look at roles and responsibilities. It was the direction of your board that we sort of postpone doing any action on the bylaws so that the committee could take a look at those. So the ad hoc committee, comprised of Supervisors Ferrero and Parlin, proposed further amendments to the PC bylaws to generally reflect that the PC should undertake projects or engage in study sessions as directed by the board. In addition to clarifying changes reflecting the role of the PC, the committee also recommended the following changes to the bylaws. So simplifying the special meeting language, clarifying the procedures for adjourning and canceling meetings, and requiring the PC agenda not to be published greater than 13 days, which is kind of our standard practice currently. We can go over the sections individually, but I just wanted to go over some of how that amended document works. So generally, the proposed revisions from the ad hoc committee are highlighted in yellow. So those came directly from the ad hoc committee. And then I would like to note that there's a portion of Section 6I that should have been highlighted yellow. It's the first part of the statement. And I can go through these and we can show them if you guys need, but it just says subject to the restrictions of Section 5. Section 5 is a new section that was proposed by the Planning Commission. And so it's just referring back to that authority in that subsequent section. Section 5A through C, as proposed by the Planning Commission, was replaced with the language you now see in Section 5. So there was 3 bulleted points. We did not strike those out because they were proposed language, but we included the ad hoc's proposed language in lieu of what was originally there. And then Section 5, the existing language of the bylaws also recommended by the PC as 6J. It was original language that came from the 2019 approval, but it was removed, but unintentionally not stricken out in our provided bylaw. So I can show you that directly after my presentation or during when you have questions, but it was it allowed the majority vote of the Planning Commission to agendize items discussed during public forum at the next meeting. So that was a recommendation of the ad hoc to remove that language, and I can pull that strikeout. For some reason, when we created the PDF, that certain provision disappeared, quite frankly. And so I tried it again this morning, but I can bring it up real quick on Word because I think that's an important one. And then lastly, aside from the recommended bylaw changes, the committee also wishes to continue the review of the roles and responsibilities of the PC, including an examination of applicable provisions of the county code and including the zoning ordinance, subdivision ordinance potentially, but also Title II that we spoke about earlier. This review could include establishing a vetting process for potential new commissioners, and they seek to continue with general review of the county codes and clarifying roles and responsibilities as I discussed. Any proposed changes would be brought back to the board for conceptual approval, a resolution of intent, or potentially both. And so I'm going to show really quickly and kind of skim through the quick highlights from the ad hoc committee. And again, I apologize that the PDF didn't capture some of the red line version, but I will be happy to produce that after this meeting. Share my screen. Okay, so going from top to bottom, again, there was some clarification on section 3B regarding special meetings. Additional information on section 3C, and then an addition of section D, which talked about the agendas and the calendar days, as I described. Section 4 largely was untouched, and only the Planning Commission's recommendation was included. Section 5 has been retitled, and you can see that A through C was removed, and the language that I described under section 5 now on your attachment A is currently in there. But we did not do the revision, but for this draft version, it's in there just for clarification, because there was a public comment related to sort of how the two documents worked. And so I wanted to make sure that was clear. Section 6, again, added some additional information about the minority item and request for the rationale. That was from the Planning Commission, the removal of section F, and then some language in H. But the ad hoc committee did modify the language to say will be discussed as opposed to coordinated. So that is a revision directly from the ad hoc committee. Again, what should have been highlighted here in yellow that I can highlight right now is from the ad hoc committee, and again, just refers back to that new section, and it just states subject to the restrictions of section 5. So kind of pointing back to that previous version. And then what I discussed earlier as having not been included in your attachment A, everything else sort of is. This section of by majority vote of the Planning Commission item discussed during public forum may be agendized for further discussion and or action. These items will be placed on the next available agenda. The ad hoc, the Planning Commission did not modify that section of the code, but the ad hoc committee proposed to remove that section. So that is, and then again, subject to the restrictions of section 5, any commissioner may request executive secretary place a proposed agenda item before the commission for a majority vote on agendizing in a future meeting. Now that item we've identified in green. And the reason we did that in the proposed amendments is because there was not, the committee did not see consensus on that item. So they're looking for the whole board to discuss that item, and I can bring it back up. But there was not consensus within the ad hoc. And so they're asking the full board to sort of take a look at that policy and see whether you want to include it or not. So that, again, as Kim stated, the recommendation from the Planning Division, again, in coordination with the ad hoc Planning Commission bylaw ad hoc, recommending the board take the following actions related to the proposed amendments to the Planning Commission bylaws. Provide final direction to adopt the bylaws and revised by the ad hoc committee. Direct staff to provide a final version of the approved bylaws to the Planning Commission, and discuss and provide direction to the ad hoc committee on review and potential revisions to the codified duties of the Planning Commission to further clarify the roles and responsibilities. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer some questions if you have them.
All right, so bring it back to the board. Any questions or comments?
Can you just put up that last slide, because it is different than what's in our packet, and I didn't
Yeah, I
Trying
think
to
that,
straighten out.
I think the problem is that when you generated the PDF, Rob, some of the track changes and stuff got accepted or something, so.
Yeah, I tried again this
unfortunately-
morning. They actually sort of disappeared. And so I'm not sure exactly why it was through the
Yeah.
formatting, but I will absolutely, what I'll do is I'll bring up the section for everyone that you have now, and I'll show that. So you don't see, as an example, this is the PDF version that's in the Legistar item today. So you see the language that's being proposed as an example under section 5 from the ad hoc committee, but you don't see the struck out language from the planning commission's recommendation.
Correct.
So because they were both sort of recommended language, we didn't strike out and insert. It kind of gets difficult. You can do one or the other. But this is included in yellow so that you know that it came from the ad hoc. The other section specifically that I called out is you see this blank space here. For whatever reason, that strikeout version of what would have been K seems to disappear when we make the PDF. So again, that is just above the highlighted in green section, which we're going to discuss your board's recommendation on. But I will jump really quick back to that other document so you can see the difference.
Yeah, I think we need to work off of this one you're bringing up
Yeah.
right now. is
So,
what we need to work off.
Here
of.
you see,
Yeah.
for whatever reason, you see the blank space that I showed you, but this struck out version of that language, which was that this language was not modified by the planning commission. So it was from the original 2019 approval, but the ad hoc committee wanted to strike it out, and it should have been strucken out in the document that you were provided. So that, yeah.
Okay.
And the planning commission agreed with that or didn't even have it?
The
They
planning
haven't even
commission
seen it.
recommended no modifications to that section. It was
That
the
one.
ad hoc committee afterwards that is proposing to remove that section.
Right.
So it should have been highlighted in yellow because that was a change from the ad hoc committee.
So how does J and section 5, how do they work together?
So can we back this way up then? Before we get into the nitty gritty of this, I think I would like to, because I was on the ad hoc and I actually think I was part of suggesting we have an ad hoc. Because if you back things way up, let's just go back. The board of supervisors as a body directs staff. We direct staff as a full body. And every year we've been having a matrix with the tasks that we've been assigning to staff, including planning specifically. And it's been hefty and it's been a challenge. And so always try to be respectful of that when we, make changes or add anything to their workload. And so there's been, with all departments, I would say there's been committees and commissions that we've had to reevaluate and look at what they want to do versus what the board directs them to do with staff. And it's sometimes contentious, but I think the board, we're the ones responsible for making sure that whatever is assigned to our staff fits within the scope of what we've already asked them to do. And the planning department specifically has a lot going on. And so what my goal was is to make sure that the planning commission isn't adding more work to our planning staff without the board's authorization, because they're supposed to get their workload from the board, not from members of the public that volunteer in our committees. And so that's where I think this contention is happening, is some planning commission members want to do more, which is a burden on our staff. There's no doubt about it. You guys want to have a workshop, let's say, you have to prepare everything. So that's where I was like, let's dial it back. And honestly, I think the bigger conversation we need to have first is, what is everybody's expectation of the role of the planning commission? What do you think they should do? Because I've had that conversation with staff members. Not all of them are here in the room today, but my understanding is, I've seen the planning commission. Basically, my thought was they need to be prepared when they come to their meetings. and they need to evaluate what's before them and make good decisions. And that's about it. Anything more than that, I'm not sure why we would, put that burden on them. They are volunteers, volunteering their time too, and we want to be thoughtful of that. Some of the items that they hear are hefty. So it's this interesting balance between staff, our volunteers, and the board, and we're the ones that have to manage our resources. So that's where, my thought is let's dial it back. I know we got some public comments that were concerning, I guess, for lack of a better word. But I think I want to remind everybody, some of the things that they're saying that the ad hoc was trying to take away were not things that were in here in the first place. So I want to be mindful of that. And then we did have, as an ad hoc, a little bit of we had a tough time because Chair Williams wanted to engage with us, which would have been cool, except for he's District 2. The ad hoc was District 1 and 4, and we couldn't violate the Brown Act. So as much as we would have liked to engage with him, we just couldn't. So that just created another layer of, I don't want to say mistrust, but we just literally could not engage with him directly. That would not have boded well for us bringing it back. Because remember, our appointees are an arm of us in our district. So because I think that Chair Williams's comments that he sent in, there's some inaccuracies in here about what happened. And so I want everybody to know that. I'm not going to go through and pick them out, but I think his perspective was because we could not pull him into the mix. So I just want everybody to be mindful of that. And I think bottom line, before we even dig into the nitty gritty, is what does everybody think the role of the Planning Commission is?
So I'll weigh in. I think the committee's spot on. The Board of Supervisors sets the direction. Staff has a lot of work to do, and if it gets changed on a weekly or other basis, then it just totally sends them the wrong signal. So it's up to the board to send that direction, not for our Planning Commission to self-direct. That's simple.
I've got a question and then a statement. It's more of a technical question regarding the appointment of officers. There's an inconsistency in Title IV versus the bylaws or the established bylaws. Title IV states that we shall appoint a chair, vice chair, and a secretary. The bylaws state that we shall appoint a chair, vice chair, second vice chair, and a secretary. Is there an issue with that, and should we clean that up? One adds a second vice chair and one doesn't, and they're both shalls.
Yeah, we could look into that further. I apologize. I wasn't prepared for that.
No,
but
I'm sorry.
I do know that we, for the Planning Commission, we do have a chair, a vice chair. I do believe we do a second vice chair. So I think we follow that of the two policies, but I'd have to look into that a little further. I did want to acknowledge the comments and just kind of state that there was a lot of discussion at the Planning Commission about balance and staffing, and the planning commissioners were certainly aware and acknowledged that and trying to be sensitive of that.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to add that.
I was on the ad hoc. It was my first ad hoc, and after thinking about, I approved our recommendations, but after thinking about it and reading the public comment and talking to my planning commissioner, I guess I agree that the board sets the direction for the planning commission, and our intent for amending item 5 specifically was we had a concern that we didn't want the planning commission to feel like they could give assignments to staff without our approval. And I think we agree on that. I think if we're going to do that, we probably could reword that, because the question came up, well, about doing research on projects that are actually on the calendar versus projects that are not on the calendar. And if something's on the calendar, then I think, the planning commission should have the latitude to, if they want to have a 2-person ad hoc, let them to work on something that's already calendared. But we weren't able to talk to the planning commission. And looking back, I think that we should have at least had a 2x2, realizing we couldn't talk with Chair Williams, but bringing District 4, District 1 commissioner and explain our thinking for our amendments. So, and I didn't even think about that until I saw the public comment, and I really think they should have brought into the loop, especially if you read Title 4, and I've read this section now over a dozen times. Exhibit B, the last section, talks about the county planning commission shall adopt the bylaws, and the board approves the bylaws. So we've since made changes to their recommendations. So they haven't adopted this. So my question is, should we send this back to them to retool and, you know, get somewhere that they adopt it and then bring us back a final version that we approve?
I can jump in and address that. You, Supervisor Ferrer, you're correct. When you look at County Ordinance Code 2.20650, it describes a process whereby the County Planning Commission adopts bylaws that are not effective until then approved by the board. It is silent as to the process to be utilized when the board desires changes to the Planning Commission adopted bylaws. I will note that in other contexts in the ordinance code, when there's action by a lower body that is then brought to the higher body for final action, the county ordinance code does have provisions making clear that if changes are made, when desired, if changes are made, that those changes then be referred back to that lower body for action. So there are other instances in the county code where situations like this are more expressly dealt with. Admittedly, it is not clear here. So I would propose as an alternative to the action that's recommended before you, just in an abundance of caution, that instead of adopting today, one action you could take would be to refer it to the Planning Commission for them to adopt your proposed changes. Should they take that action, it would come back to you for that final approval. I think that would address some of your concerns, both with respect to the process, but perhaps also as to the substance.
Well, there's gray area in this, as you noted. And I'm uncomfortable because we never, like, let's just say, regarding Section 5, they had 3 recommendations. And we weren't able to hear their discussion on what their justification was and what their intent was, and did we misread it? I mean, are they assuming that they can, you know, task staff with, you know, multiple projects at will, and we're opposed to that. So given that and the fact that we haven't had a conversation with them, whether it's a 2x2 or not, I mean, I look forward to hearing public comment and, you know, for your further comments, but I would recommend that we send this back to the Planning Commission.
Well, what, are we just gonna keep sending it back and forth, or how's that gonna end?
Well,
We got to make a decision. Yeah.
I mean, we're ultimately, honestly, the decision makers, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness and stuff, and I guess maybe because I have had to help other committees over the years make difficult decisions, and it's hard, but that's our job here. So, you know, and I appreciate in the Legistar item, you know, it talks about the committee's concerns, that ad hoc committee it's referencing, centered on self-directed PC action. So again, what is our thoughts on what are the duties of the Planning Commission? Are they just to come to their meetings prepared to evaluate what's before them and make good decisions? And if that's what the board thinks that their role is in the county as volunteers, then we need to make this set of bylaws reflect that.
yes, but I don't know if the Planning Commission knows how we all feel as a group. I mean, I agree with you. That should be their role. but I don't think they've been afforded the opportunity to hear our feelings. We didn't allow them in the ad hoc, and the county code clearly says that the planning commission shall adopt the bylaws. And so I'm not disagreeing with what, the roles and responsibilities of the planning commission, so to speak. I mean, if we go in and we're gonna have to, if we want to go down later and look at the government code and analyze
All
each
that.
responsibility, that's a different conversation. But for now, what we're dealing with in front of us clearly says that the planning commission shall adopt the bylaws, and they haven't. And we made changes to that. But I think going back, sending it back to them, knowing, if us as a board feel the same way, that we don't want them creating projects for staff and to, analyze and do an in-depth review of what's in front of them. I would hope that they as a group can bring that back and write something that we can all agree on,
Okay.
realizing that we have the final authority.
Right, so I guess what I'm hearing from you then is we should go ahead and make the changes that we think are correct for what we feel are their duties. And then just send it back to them and say, and they can watch, just like we watch planning commission hearings and meetings, so that we know what they were thinking and talking about. They can watch this video and hear our conversation, because it's all public, and we'll send it back to them, and we can say, this is what we've come up with based on our understanding of what the board, think the planning commission should do. And they can listen to it, and we can go from there, because we do want to be careful we're not violating the Brown Act for
Yeah.
sure. So-
Correct.
So basically, this is a recommendation from the board, the ad hoc committee to the planning commission.
No,
No,
it's
to the
to the
board.
Board of Supervisors.
Well, okay, the board of, I don't, the provisions. And then to send it back, and then they can look at what what we brought forward to them.
We can do it that way, according to county councils. We can make our revisions and send it back to them to adopt. It's not clear that we have to do that, but we can.
Yeah, what I would propose is that the recommended action be modified so that instead of in item 1, providing that the board would adopt it, instead you provide final direction and refer the bylaws to the planning commission for adoption.
Okay,
Item 2 could then be deleted.
okay.
Item 3 could remain as currently constituted, subject to your discretion. I don't know if you've talked much about that part today, but that is
That's a
not
bigger issue.
affected. Right.
Yeah.
Bigger topic.
And then presumably, the planning commission would take their action. Supervisor Parlin indicates they could have a conversation about what how they understand their role in relation to what the board is suggesting. And fingers crossed, they would then adopt what the board has referred to them, which would then come to the board for final approval. There is the potential, absent amendment to the county ordinance code, that you could end up in this unending loop.
That's what I was asking, yeah.
Which, I'll be honest, I don't think ever could have been the intent of the county's ordinance code here, because I think it's always been recognized that the board is the body with that final authority. So I think this is, again, a conservative approach, given the kind of ambiguity in our ordinance code on this process when the board proposes changes to the bylaws adopted by the planning commission. But I'm concerned again that it could lead us down a path where if the planning commission could essentially ensure that their bylaws are never approved by the board if they never adopt bylaws that the board is willing to approve.
But
or
then
never
we
take
fall back
action.
on the 2019 bylaws, correct?
Then
Yep.
they do have
That's-
bylaws in
Yeah,
effect. That is
that's
correct.
what's in effect now.
Yes, that
And,
is correct.
Yep,
Okay. All right.
they're the ones that brought it to us to change.
Mhm.
We didn't bring it to them to
That's
change.
fair. Yes.
Yeah, so then should we go through this section by section to make sure we're all good with the changes?
it's not, yeah, it wasn't too bad, right? Rob, there wasn't a whole lot
No, there
there.
wasn't that much.
Sorry, I can bring it back up if you like,
Yep.
and we can scroll through it
Just
again.
scroll-
can do that.
Scroll through it, yep.
So can I just understand of course, we always stay within the rules of the Brown Act, but I don't understand how an ad hoc from the board couldn't talk with somebody from the planning commission. And it sounded like it had something to do with the districts. But, when you're a supervisor, we represent the whole county, not just a district. When we appoint a commissioner, they represent the whole of El Dorado County. They may come from a specific district, but they represent everyone. Why couldn't there be a conversation between the ad hoc and a member or even two members of the planning commission?
So I don't know if I was familiar with all the circumstances, but there is a scenario whereby, let's just say this member of the planning commission has had communications with the supervisor for whose district he serves. And then communicates with this ad hoc committee of the board, committee on which that appointing supervisor does not serve. You've now created a serial meeting via that planning commissioner serving as kind of the hub and spoke in a serial meeting scenario where he is communicating his supervisors or communications with that his supervisor had to two other members of the board. It's a serial meeting of the board of supervisors, not of the
Okay.
planning commission.
And I knew that there
Potentially,
was, I
yeah.
knew that there was something weird behind it,
Yeah.
but I will make the comment too that I believe on the planning commission specifically, that there's too much of supervisors telling their commissioners how they have to vote on something, or, I mean, having any participation in that, and so now I understand why you felt that there could be a conflict, but I would just note that in general, I think when we appoint somebody, let them do their job. Don't micromanage it. So that it's to a point where we can't even talk to them now because of the potential Brown Act violation. So thank you for explaining that.
Now I'm confused. But we could talk to our own. I mean, like in our ad
Yeah.
hoc with 1 and 4, we
Yeah.
could have brought them in and included them in our meetings, correct? This are 1
Yes,
and 4 planning
I think
commissioners.
it's maybe a little bit misleading to focus just on the district composition of it, because let's take a hypothetical scenario where your appointed planning commissioner had conversations with Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah.
And then communicates that to you and to Supervisor Parlin through the ad hoc. That's the same now serial meeting with
Yeah.
3 members. I think it's, bless you. The only reason we focused on the district representation is I think it's just perhaps a more likely scenario to occur, but it's more a function of a planning commissioner or anybody serving as an intermediary, thus creating that serial meeting with a majority of the board.
So before we did that, we'd have to maybe ask them, hey, have you had let's just use my planning commissioner, District 1, have you had a conversation with the District 2 planning commissioner?
Yeah,
Before we bring you into the
yes,
meeting?
I think that it would be incumbent upon the planning commissioner, or frankly, this happens with staff communications, to not communicate the positions of other members of the legislative body.
All right.
Yeah, I think that's taking it to a really extreme level because it makes almost us being able to converse with anybody about anything.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting
problematic.
that. Yeah, again, it's really, but there is a scenario where if someone, again, it's through an intermediary, then that could be a planning commissioner. If they are passing messages, that's the typical Brown Act problem, that they pass messages such that they've now created a serial meeting involving a majority of the board. That's a violation of the Brown Act.
I know, but that could happen in Safeway,
It's,
right?
Well, you're,
I mean,
you're absolutely
taking it to a
correct.
really
I mean,
extreme
we
Oh,
do,
sorry.
I think.
yeah.
I think that it's because the prohibition on the Brown Act extends to the members of the legislative body through their intermediaries. I'd argue that your neighbor in Safeway is not your intermediary.
No.
Yes,
Planning
you-
commissioner,
you're pointing out a hole in the Brown Act that would allow your neighbor to create what otherwise would be a serial meeting.
Right,
But I'm not trying to prohibit that.
right.
I'm just saying your
Yeah.
planning commissioners,
Yep.
I think, are more clearly designated as your intermediaries.
Well, we are where we are, so
Yeah.
let's go.
Okay, Rob,
Rob,
it's
you're
on
on.
Rob.
All right.
And while Rob's bringing that up, and remember too, there have been times where we have had workshops, joint workshops with the planning commission. There have been topics
Yeah.
that different departments, I mean, planning, DOT, whatever, have brought, and we've had joint meetings and workshops in the past. So it's not
Yeah.
that we don't have them,
I
it's
know, but
just,
those are publicly noticed.
Yes.
You know, I'm trying to say, can we bring the parties together to deal with this and,
Oh,
so we
yeah.
don't have this back
I'm
and
not,
forth
I,
thing.
I'm actually not talking about that. I'm talking about the bylaws now, as
I am
far as
too.
like getting, no, I mean, like, if the planning commissioners, if there's a topic that is a countywide concern that we need a workshop, then there is a
Yeah,
way
there's
to
a
get it.
mechanism for
Yeah,
doing it. I know,
absolutely.
that has
Yeah.
nothing to do, with.
Yeah, I wasn't talking
where
about
I'm
what you were
going.
talking about, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Totally different.
Okay, so again, I'm going to focus, I think maybe it alleviates some of the concerns of some of the public comments that we had and that section that was removed that wasn't articulated in our Exhibit A. So I will make sure this version gets up onto the Legistar, but it is the sort of Word version that created the PDF that encapsulates some of those removals of language and things. So starting from the top, under the meetings, under A, the meeting time changing from 8:30 to 9. I don't think anybody was opposed to that. There was some questions about whether the time had to be in the bylaws, and I think we did clarify that Title II requires it, so that's why it's. As far as Section B, and I'll do my best to remember all the, I've sort of focused on the ones that changed, but I'll try to go through each one. The special meetings, there was a lot of language in here that just outlines the requirements of the special meeting, so that was removed, and in a statement in accordance with the procedures of the Brown Act was put in there, because all of those procedures are sort of outlined in that document, and you wouldn't have to modify them for consistency. So that's the change there on 3B. On 3C, this is again a clarification related to adjourning of a meeting, and it's speaking specifically to if no members of the commission are present, that it gives the secretary or the designee the ability to adjourn that meeting and a process for doing so. And then D is speaking very specifically to the expected time for agendas to go out. There was some discussions related to wanting materials further in advance of that. As you guys know, 72 hours is the rule. We've always tried to get the agenda out just after the last planning commission meeting, which is approximately the Friday, 2 Fridays before, which is about 13 days. So that's our no sooner than, at least in this context. Under Section 4, none of the language was really changed, with exception of 4E, where the language, and this is from the Planning Commission, and publication was added to that section. So not a major change there, but was in there. Under 5, so this is a new section that was proposed by the Planning Commission. It was retitled to sort of reflect the language of the ad hoc, which is what you see there in red, highlighted in yellow. A through C, or excuse me, D is what was proposed. And if I misspoke earlier, I think I said A through C, but those are the sections that were proposed by the Planning Commission. And so that strike through is identified here. But again, it wasn't shown in the exhibit that was attached to the Legistar, because you're striking out an addition. And so it doesn't really show very well, but
So can you just stay on this slide for a second?
Yes.
Just let me read it, since we don't have it in front of us.
yeah. Do you need me to zoom it in at all, or can
Nope.
you?
I
Okay.
can actually see that. I have my glasses on.
And I think this language was before us when we heard it before and when we created the ad hoc.
Correct.
So we
This
have
w-
seen it before, but it's been a month or so, just,
Their recommendation.
yeah.
Yeah, this was
That we
their
struck, yeah.
recommendation that was modified by the ad hoc.
Yeah, I guess regarding this, and what we changed it to, I guess the question is like, how do we get there? How does it get to the board to approve their study session? So should we have something in there that the planning commission by majority vote would vote to bring it, get board approval before they,
Form an ad
Study
hoc
session.
committee, I guess.
and then what I'm more concerned with is, let me see, I'm asking the group, should we differentiate between, something they want to research as a group versus something they want to research as a group and task staff to do also? Do we need to kind of separate that, or, because I'm more concerned with the direction, providing direction to staff to do things that they're buried already.
I can't speak directly for all the commissioners, but I can sort of anecdotally speak to, historically, commissioners will use words like team up in our commission meetings, where 2 have decided they don't want to go to a third, but 2 have sort of decided to work on a project or evaluate a project or bounce ideas off of one another. They've historically sort of done that outside of maybe the bylaws, or just that knowing that the Brown Act exists and trying to stay out of that trouble. So that's something that has happened. I think, there was definitely, like I said, some discussion about staff, and I think planning commission members were mindful of that in their recommendation, and really were looking to try to take the lion's share of some of that work, but there's always agendas and things and staff time related to items. That's just part of the deal. And then I would say that as far as, the ad hocs, generally an ad hoc is approved, I think, by and Dave can correct me if I'm wrong, but by the planning commission itself, right? So there's a vote to create an ad hoc, as opposed to just, creating one offhanded. I think that term has been used pretty loosely in some of the discussions we've had, what an ad hoc is or isn't. But I think that, what has happened in practice, I'll give an example of the former chair bringing, there was several workshops that they wanted to discuss as a planning commission. The chair brought a letter to the planning commission that identified the 4 topics, I think. They then presented that letter to the Board of Supervisors, and the Board of Supervisors weighed in on direction. That procedurally wasn't documented in the bylaws, like I think Supervisor Ferrero is identifying, but that was sort of the practice, if you will, that I've seen in my time sitting up there.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I just don't want to tie their hands, but I also don't want them to have free will to, direct staff either.
Mr. Chair, could I offer just an observation, maybe another way of looking at the item? Understanding that the bylaw change was not initiated by this board, but it appears to have really brought up a lot of questions about what is the planning commission's role and what are their responsibilities. And it appears to me that is more appropriately laid out in the ordinance code.
Yeah.
And when we look at the ordinance code and it points back to government code, it gets really broad and fairly vague about what the planning commission's role is. So it's almost like you're trying to solve these questions about what is the planning commission's role through the bylaw process. And it might be more appropriate or more helpful to look at your action item number 3 and have that discussion as to whether you want to look into amending the ordinance and to make it more clear what the board intends for the planning commission's role to be. Once the role is defined, then the bylaws are really just how does that body operate within to carry out those roles.
Okay.
So it's almost like a backwards.
Yeah, and thank you for that, because that's kind of what happened as Supervisor Ferrero and I went through the bylaws. We kind of went, okay, this is how they're going to operate, basically, as you're saying. But then we realized that the actual codified roles and responsibilities are scattered all over in all these different ordinances. And so we didn't even get an opportunity to look at them. And so that's why we asked that item 3 be put on there so that the ad hoc could continue working with staff to identify those, put them in a list so we know what they are, and then bring a recommendation to the board on that. So that's kind of how this got written in such a way, is because we realized after a bit that there's 2 parts to this, and we just didn't know that when we started. I don't know if the board realized that when we started. Was that in June, Rob, when we did this? Do you remember?
Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, that kind of unfolded in our conversation, is that we honestly, at this moment in time, do not have a comprehensive list of all their roles and responsibilities that are codified in code. And so that was what we were hoping, item 3, the board would approve us to continue working on that and then bring a recommendation on that. Or maybe we should just
I
have the
agree,
list
it's
come.
backwards.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Yeah.
We just didn't know that until
Got back, yeah.
It's
we-
backwards, yeah. The bylaws will flush itself out once we can get this correct.
So we don't have to do anything with the bylaws today if you
Yeah.
want. I mean, that's why this item's here for discussion, is what makes the most sense. We could go back and work on that comprehensive list first and look at it
Bring it
Yeah.
all back.
and bring it back
Yeah.
and go from
I
there.
think that would be the way to
So
go.
let me throw a wrench in this, back to my original thought about, the planning commission adopting it. Should staff work with the planning commission first on their roles and responsibilities and then bring it to us for approval?
Nope. I don't see it that way.
I
And
mean, it's
I,
pretty much
yeah.
set forth by government.
It
code,
is.
right? It's
Well,
like
as long
we
as we're not
don't
gonna,
have
I
it.
Yeah.
guess as long as we're not changing it.
Right.
Okay,
first
all
we
right.
have to know what it
Okay.
The ad
is.
hoc will compile it.
Yep.
And then we'll review it and
Right.
send the whole
Right.
thing back to the planning committee.
Yeah, we
All
can
right.
do
For
that.
adoption.
I was assuming there was gonna be changes, so.
So just to be clear, so I understand, so the the thought here is that we would sort of scour the county codes, pull out all the sections applicable to the planning commission, and then sort of create a comprehensive list so you could see the totality of that.
Yeah. Because unfortunately, we didn't realize going in that we actually don't know what all their roles and responsibilities are according to the governance code, which, that was a good realization.
Yeah, well, who determines what goes on the calendar? That was
Yeah,
head scratcher.
yeah, it really was. So,
Me.
that is why we put that on there. Number 3 is, that was a late revelation we had.
Okay. All right.
Do
Any
you
other
want to
questions?
proceed with going through the rest of this or table that, or what's the will of the board?
Through it.
Okay, yeah, let's carry on and at least get some feedback from the board, I guess, even
Yeah.
though we're not gonna make decisions today, right?
Right.
We gotta do public comment, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
we
Yep.
do.
So are we comfortable with 5? We sort of understand the planning, okay.
Right.
And that
Well,
was a
then
new,
I'll eventually go to my original question out of the gate, which was how does 5 really
With, yeah.
work with
Yeah,
6J?
okay, yep.
and that's
we'll-
why it's
we'll get
highlighted
to
in
6J,
green.
And so again, so then on 6 procedurally, the planning commission added again, E, and I don't remember any real pushback on this one, but that commissioners voting in the minority could have their rationale included in the minutes and the recommendation to the board.
Yeah.
So
You know what, I just thought about this though, Rob, and forgive me for just now thinking of it. But this isn't required to be in here for them to do this. It's just they were trying to memorialize it so that they knew it was a thing. But you can even make comments if you support something too, because I've done that.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
you can put your rationale in the main minutes.
Right. Irregardless of how you vote.
Yeah, regardless of how you vote. So I wonder if
Uh,
we would want to
I think it
just make
was
it more simple.
based on the discussion, I think it was, the minutes can reflect it from the planning commission, but wanting to ensure that it was acknowledged in what was brought to the Board of Supervisors, particularly on maybe a complex project that was 3-2 or something. I'll
Mhm.
give an example of a project that had a sign, and 2 of the members said, I support most of the project, but not the location or that type of sign. And so it was their ability to sort of distinguish that, but it was brought forward as part of our staff agenda to the Board of Supervisors. And so I think it was not so much so that the minutes reflected it, but yes, I think they could do that anyways, but sort of to
Right.
ensure that staff is bringing that minority, those thoughts to the board.
Yeah, I think you can strike voting in the minority and just say any commissioner may request that
Yeah,
their
yeah.
rationale be included
Yeah.
and sent up to the
I
board.
agree with
Agreed.
that because
Okay.
on a controversial item, sometimes people scratch their heads and go, why did you vote yes? Or why? And so just having a little statement in there doesn't hurt anything. And that gives them some
But
flexibility.
making sure it gets to us when, like on an appeal, that we understand where there was conflict or.
Yeah, I think we generally try to say whether it was a unanimous vote or not, but we
Right.
don't always
You don't tell us why,
acknowledge
right.
the
Yeah.
reasoning, right? And so it was to try to get to that.
And
That's
then
good.
is it incumbent on us to watch the video basically that's really the big question.
Yeah.
If we want to know the nitty gritty of the conversations, because I don't think it's fair to ask for staff to write a summary and all that. I think if we want to know the nuances of the conversation, we have to go watch the video,
Right.
which,
Oh, the minutes would go on forever. Yeah.
yeah,
so-
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Watched a few.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've watched a few too. So, and the videos are so helpful. So really appreciate our technology. Don't want to go
Yeah.
there. Okay.
Okay, and then, F, was a removal, so that came from the planning commission. Which is, desiring to, any person desiring to appear before the commission, except at public hearings, may have the matter placed on the agenda, stating that so it was a path forward without having to attend, I think, to get something on the agenda. And so I think that was recommended by the commission for removal. You
Mhm.
see some renumbering, and I see here even the renumbering on this document doesn't reflect, you see F
Oh my
and F, but
gosh.
we'll have to, we'll have to fix what's going on with that. But I think,
love Word.
with this, well, actually, so this one's, you see it would be removed. So F does come down here, but it didn't remove, you can't see
Oh,
the
right.
strikeout
Oh, I
in
see
F
what
because
you're-
there's already a
yeah.
line in F.
Okay, got it.
So then under H, the agendas for the upcoming planning commissions, including cancellations, will be discussed. So the language of the planning commission was coordinated. I think the language proposed by the ad hoc was discussed. I think, and there was an instance where because another department wanted to remove, this is recently, an item, and it was the only item, staff canceled the meeting. There was some discussion back and forth, so this was trying to clarify that we would discuss it with them, but if they weren't able to be, contacted, it sort of gives staff that ability to do something.
Rob, do you
Yes.
think we should include chair and vice chair, especially if the chair is not present?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, our standard practice is we reach out to the chair before any agenda goes out, and we
Mhm.
try to coordinate both the, just sort of what the agenda is and quite frankly, the order of things, just based on complexity and some things like that. So it's kind of our standard practice. But if you wanted to add, or the chair or the vice chair, if the chair wasn't available or something,
Mhm.
yeah, that's up to your
I don't know
board.
if that needs to be in there though. Isn't that's a normal
That's a pecking
kind of,
order, yeah.
yeah, pecking order for, yeah,
Yeah.
thank you for that.
Okay.
That's the technical term,
Right.
pecking
Yeah.
order, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I
if a
just-
chair is not available,
with
we
just
always
more
go down
clarification, that's
yeah.
all.
We don't need to add any extra language. That's a given.
Well, we'll certainly keep that in the minds when we're
All right.
looking this
Yeah.
over again. Again, so this adding of, this should have been highlighted in yellow, and I think it was, on the attachment A to your Legistar wasn't also, but it's just sort of directing back to that section 5 we just discussed and trying to say that these operations of agendizing thing are sort of in that realm of getting direction from the board, and that it's, that it's clear that those actions are coming from the Board of Supervisors or that authority. But the rest of it was not changed. So that language stayed the same as what was in the 2019. It just referred back to that section 5, which is the new section. J, which is the item by majority vote of the Planning Commission, items discussed during public forum may be agendized for future discussion or further discussion and or action. These items will be placed on the next available agenda. And so that was language that was in the 2019 approval, and it was recommended for removal by the ad hoc committee. And
What?
Wait,
It's
which-
recommended for removal.
that's correct. It was the one that didn't show
J?
up in the strikeout. Yes. The one,
It's underlined. Oh,
The
No,
one with the
this-
strikeout.
sorry.
Yeah, that one.
the other J.
former J, it's got
Yeah.
the strikeout.
Former
Yeah,
J and new J.
I know, I
Got it.
apologize
sorry.
again.
Okay.
Under, so yeah, the section that's highlighted now is the section being proposed to be removed by the ad hoc committee. And then the J, as identified here, is an addition to what was already in there. And it again refers you back to section 5, and that any commissioner may request that the executive secretary place a proposed agenda item before the commission for a majority vote. So that's if somebody wants the a planning commissioner wants the whole commission to be able to review and take an action, that they would coordinate that with the executive secretary. And as long as that was something that was, within the realm of responsibility authorized by the board, they could do so. That's,
So it's like a conceptual approval to hear something at a later date.
it's very much, yeah, I mean, sort of similar to, I guess maybe, one of the proposed, workshops as an example. One of the commissioners said, hey, it'd be great to get a workshop. They want to get the whole commission to vote on whether or not there's value in having that done. As long as it's within the authorities that the board is, given the planning commission, they could do so. I think as an
I
example.
see a conflict though between J and 5.
100%. That's
Okay.
why the
Like,
ad,
there is
That's why I gotta
anything
straighten
the ad
that would
hoc
fit in
didn't
there.
agree. Yeah.
Right. I think that doesn't work.
We'll get it straight.
Yep.
Oh,
Pardon?
Jefferson's
Yeah,
coming
no,
to
no,
say.
great.
Well,
Just
right.
gonna offer some insights if that's okay. Jefferson Billingsley, Deputy County Counsel. I think the intent of J is that if the planning commission wanted to discuss something, they would put it on the agenda, and as part of that item, then they would then make the request to your board. So that is how they would ask to get the board's blessing to pursue something.
That's the
Okay,
way
it
I
doesn't
read it.
say that. Does it, should it say then
Maybe we could
for,
reword it different.
for approval by the Board of Supervisors or something?
Well, that's why it refers back to section 5. But
Yeah, but the
it
word-
could be more clear if you would like.
I think a
Oh.
little more clarity, I think would be better.
I just don't see how I don't even see how, given the language of 5, research assignments, study sessions, or associated activities. How big of the word is, I mean, what's associated activities? How does anything get voted on by the board to come to us when it says here that it can only happen if we undertake?
Well, again, I think the intent of that section is there'll be two paths. Either something would be in your adopted work plan, or the planning commission would make a request of your board to pursue one of those items. But,
So the only way that I saw it actually maybe potentially happening
Yeah.
would be that, we each communicate with our planning commissioner. And if we were talking to our planning commissioner and they said, hey, Lori, we're really stuck on this concept, we don't understand something, and I think the planning commission would benefit from a workshop on whatever, then I could go, and then I could bring it to the board to say, yeah. And honestly, this did happen in the past on an item, and I will go a step further to say, I thought that was a missed opportunity because the workshop was only at the planning commission, and I felt in hindsight, it was a hindsight thing because we just hadn't considered it. I felt it actually would have been a better conversation to have as a joint. So, because I think everyone would have benefited from that. So that's how and I do remember, Chair Williams had said something that in his thought processes and all of this, he'd written some comments. I didn't talk to him, didn't violate Brown Act, but I read some comments he made that his intention was to improve the communication between a board of supervisor member and their own planning commissioner. So again, it's that communication. I don't feel compelled that much to try to encourage that. I feel that it's up to each of us how we want to do it. But if your planning commissioner feels strongly that something's going on that they want to look at as a workshop, they should be able to come talk to you about that. And then we could bring it to the board.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to
Thinking.
figure this.
I know.
So without bringing it to the planning commission first, that's what you're saying?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
if you're in agreement.
Because
yeah.
honestly, I think that these honestly should be few and far between. Really, they
And
should,
unusual,
because they have a
yeah.
full calendar. They have
Yeah.
a lot of big items to consider often. So these things shouldn't be happening that often
Right.
in the first place.
I agree.
And so it made sense to me, reading those comments at some point along the way, that the increased communication sounds like a good idea. If we think it has something that has merit that we would all benefit from, yeah, we'd want to discuss it with the full board. Totally makes sense in my mind, but I'm always out there in left field.
No, that works.
All right.
But if that's the case, if that works, then I don't think we need the new J,
The new J.
right? Because we're
Maybe
gonna,
just go back to rehashing 5 to make it more
Right.
yeah,
in depth and clear.
Yeah.
a little bit, yeah.
All right.
Okay. All right. You guys all right? Good with that? All right.
Yeah.
So that's the end of the list.
Right.
That's
So I
on
guess
the
we can just
list.
go ahead and
Okay.
open it up to
Yep.
public
Yep.
comment.
Sir.
I just didn't know if Rob had something else to say, so I was waiting for him.
No,
Right,
thank you
yeah.
for the clarification. I think we'll try to basically, as we get to the end of this discussion, make sure that we're capturing all those pieces, but I think I have at least to move forward. Thank you.
All right. Appreciate it, Rob. Okay. Kim?
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 37. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the boardroom would like to speak on this item? Come on up.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Dave Spar, District 1 Planning Commissioner. Thank you for looking at this. Quite a few assumptions, which I think could have been avoided in the ad hoc, had the ad hoc invited a commissioner or the chair to discuss this and clarify it, including staff. We are not looking for broadening or expanding the roles or taking staff's time. We are protective of staff and their time, and we do respect staff. There are times we need to do research. Some of these items are very broad. We have a battery storage facility coming to us. I spent 2 hours researching that. Now I'm in violation of that. I should have brought that to the Board of Supervisors and asked permission first and seen if I were allowed. Or we can take these items and not review them when they come to us, postpone them, come to the board, request the ability to do research on battery storage for this item in Placerville, and then have it come back to the Planning Commission. That will take a lot of extra time. This research item 5 seems a little restrictive. It does need to be reworked. I would appreciate that this item be referred back to the Planning Commission for further review and consider the Board of Supervisors changes, which I think are thoughtful changes. Study sessions. We would like the approval of the Board of Supervisors on staff's time for a study session that would involve staff. There could be study sessions that don't involve staff and their time. We realize they don't have a lot of time. We do have access to consultants. I am a consultant. I could run workshops. There's things we could do. Still, it needs to be respected by the board, probably approved by the board, approved by county council, and within staff's scope. They don't always have the time to assist in some areas. Staff did provide a booklet on battery storage and the current code, which is changing rapidly, and that was much appreciated. So I'm glad staff included that, and I was able to read that and talk to the fire chief without your permission. I spoke to the fire chief here and the fire chief in Colusa County. So please, if you could refer this back to the Planning Commission, I'd greatly appreciate that. And in the future, when you create an ad hoc committee, you do represent the entire county and all district supervisors. Invite the Planning Commissioner before there's an opportunity for a conflict, and county council can assist you with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak on this item? Come on up. All right, Kim, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 293. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, are you referring to me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Hi, this is Cheryl Blychester, District 2. I was a planning commissioner back in 2021. And I did try to make some changes to the bylaws and was pretty much thwarted by Deputy County Council at the time from doing any changes. I completely agree that the shall do adopting, as I put in my comments, has to be done initially by the Planning Commission according to the ordinance. So that's correct. It should go back to them. It's not that the Board of Supervisors or the ad hoc committee can't right now make whatever comments they want and suggest what they're doing. That's fine. But it should really be initiated by the Planning Commission to make changes as it is stated now. Now, if you want to change the code, that's a different matter. And if you're going to go change the code, there's a couple of things that you should pay attention to. One of them is the county code that we've been citing about the county planning commission shall adopt bylaws. Well, at the end of that, it says that the commission shall only take action by a majority vote of the entire commission. That's not exactly according to the Brown Act, because there are occasions when a vote of the full 5-member commission has to take place, such as going to an unannounced closed session or something like that. So it should comport with the state and federal laws for anything that you're going to do. a couple of comments on it. I think you guys are going along in the right direction. The ad hoc committee had a lot of very thoughtful additions. None of these things should be brought before the full Board of Supervisors before it's been adopted by the Planning Commission. So if you're going to go to changing the roles of the Planning Commission, maybe you've forgotten, or maybe most of you didn't know because you weren't there at the time, but in 2020, this Board of Supervisors adopted a member reference guide, and it spelled out the roles of the Planning Commission, the roles of the supervisor, the role of the planning director, and the planning staff, and even even consultants and things like that. So that would be a good starting point for you to look where your what the roles are and how they're spelled out. And the other place to look is, if you're going to change things, is to read your charter carefully. Your charter talks about the Planning Commission. Specifically, it identifies planning commissioners and all boards and commissioners as employees for the state, employees for the county, as unclassified employees, and expressly says that you can appoint,
Thank you, Cheryl.
discipline, remove. Did I get 30 seconds notice?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hi, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So let me say, first of all, I wholeheartedly agree with the change to 9 o'clock still. The next one on the meetings, item B, the Brown Act only covers 24 hours for a special meeting. I think it's a benefit that the Planning Commission put in additional times because they know the reasonable amount that they need for research and for the public to be able to see. So definitely think that they should be authorized to do earlier and define those timelines if they want to. The next one on the meeting adjournment, I think I'm a lot concerned about it. So the addition that was put in there, having it being changed by the executive secretary. First of all, let me say, I looked through the Brown Act. I don't see anywhere that it talks to cancellation. It talks to adjournment or to continuance. So if an agenda was posted, then the body, which the legislative body would be the Planning Commission, that means the chair or a majority can reschedule within 5 days, according to section 54954.2B3 of the Brown Act. That doesn't require a new agenda. However, if it goes longer, then a new date has to be provided and a full agenda produced, again, according to the same section. I would think that if you want to add something to specify something about a meeting cancellation, then make it restrictive only to a meeting with no posted agenda. That should be known 72 hours in advance because according to the Brown Act, the agenda has to be out at least 72 hours in advance. Otherwise, it has to be an adjournment or a continuance that should still be done by the chair or a majority of the body. Section 5, I definitely agree. The planning commissioner should be allowed to collaborate and go with whoever they need to be able to go. If it's a checkpoint with the board, then just ask for that to be able to be included. Another item of concern actually is the removal of the prior item J. That actually is authorized and allowed designated within the Brown Act, section 54954.2A. It includes the ability for them to agendize in the future anything that comes from the public forum. And it looks like that's intentionally what's trying to be removed. But according to the Brown Act, they have the right to be able to do that. So when it comes down to it, I think if you want them to be identified as a legislative body, then support them and the Brown Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi. So I don't have a color printer and I have all these printed out, so I hope I can get this straight. This is a bit confusing. But the planning commission is a legislative body. It's different than most of your other commissions and committees that are just basically there to give you back input. And according to California code, all of whom shall act in the planning commission, all of them that are appointed shall act in the public's interest. So, what I think there's some good changes that have been considered here. I would leave the meetings, as Linda Campbell said, the 3B, I would leave that in there. Mine was mainly because I hate having to go find the Brown Act to find out exactly what it says. But then it also gives more time, as she said, than the Brown Act. I would leave that. On the next page, I think we're mainly concerned about number 5. And my whole view of this is that there's things that come up that frustrates the planning commission that they need more information on, and they get stuck on that. So I don't see a problem, and they can't talk about development projects or any of those kind of things. These are just of general policy interest that they may want to put on the agenda, and to have to go back to the board and then come back again. Why these things keep perpetuating, it can be truly frustrating. I mean, you guys appointed these people, the full board commission has to approve to put something on there. So I don't know why I would cross all these out. And in your, it's almost like there's a conflict of 2 of the things, C and D, that are both crossed out. I don't know who put what, and then it got crossed out, but I think that's where your main concern is. And I would just say, give them some latitude to have discussions on things that are continuously coming up. This has been in there forever, and it hasn't ever caused a major catastrophe. And then I would say Supervisor Parlin had a good thought on procedure 6E. Well, it's my E. Anyway, I would just say any commissioner may request that their rationale be included in the meeting minutes and conveyed to the Board of Supervisors, and just take out voting in the majority. And then discussed and coordinated. If you discuss it, then what? I think coordinated should be there. I think majority vote of the commission should both stay in there. And I just think I would just approve what they came up with in their committee with a few changes and see how it works. Thanks.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Dean Getz.
Good morning. It seems like we're being really inefficient here. We've talked all around the concept that it's permissible under California law for the 2 bodies, that is the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission, to hold a workshop and get to the bottom of the issues that are of concern, and truly, for the benefit of the public, come up with rules, procedures that ultimately are codified and amount to bylaws for the operation of land use in El Dorado County. Of course, I looked at other counties and how they've done this, and we're playing some sort of game here. At the bottom of the barrel is the Planning Commission frontline defense to the county's responsibility for the Subdivision Map Act. Your responsibility to follow the law as it relates to land use. It's been well documented now and repeatedly put in front of you that we've blown this to and including 135 currently planned dwelling units being advanced by planning staff, specifically Gina Hamilton and company, getting caught not having the documentation to back up those currently planned dwelling units for the Central El Dorado Hills specific plan. That ultimately led to a pivot because we didn't want anybody to actually get caught with a CEQA filed with the state CEQA clearinghouse with false statements in it. Now we're going around in circles saying we can't talk to Bob Williams because he was not in the right district and he didn't come on the right day and so on and so forth. What a bunch of hogwash. You guys need to get together on the same page, air this out in front of the public, and get to the bottom of policies that actually represent the public's interest, not the developers. The developers are going to be developers. They're always going to make money in this county. There's always going to be development, but you don't skirt the rules. And yet it seems like time and time again, we're looking for how can we skirt the rules? It's got to stop, folks. And I think you're seeing more and more of those of us that are back channeling ourselves, cross-checking ourselves and finding how you guys can be tripped up. I urge you to handle this out in the open. Quit working through staff who's obviously up to something less than the public's interest, and hold a joint hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean.
There is no additional public comment.
All right. So I'll bring it back to the board for future comments or questions or.
Well, yeah, I mean, I really do want to respond to Commissioner Spar. Thank you for being here. And I think that perhaps we all know words matter, because some of the comments you said were, in my mind, were like, I don't read it in here at all like that. So interpretations and all that, because of course we're good. Everybody always does their own research. We all, my gosh, how many times we bring documents with us, you know, to meetings that we've done our own research. And then, you know, staff also mentioned that, and we do the same thing here on the board. 2 of us can talk at any time because that doesn't violate the Brown Act, you know. So maybe there's some interpretation here of the language that we need to clean up. My concern was where it said research assignments, meaning assigning staff work to do. That should come from the board in my mind. And so that's where I was coming from. And yeah, if my understanding also, and maybe we need clarification on this, is that staff offers, I believe, each of the commissioners time to meet and discuss items ahead so they can ask questions. And so, yeah, I would expect that, you know, if a commissioner is meeting with staff and says, you know, I really don't understand this topic, and staff has information on the topic, that makes sense. So I'm so sorry that the interpretation of these words that are here are different depending on who we are. That became really clear in the conversation. So, but I think the intent was that we want to be mindful of assigning things to staff. And if we do it, should we do it? Like I said, in the past, there was a particular situation where in hindsight, I went, oh man, that would have been a better workshop to have here at the board with the planning, you know, a joint workshop would have been great. So we just need to be more thoughtful in how we use our resources. So I really appreciated you making those comments, because maybe that's what some other people are thinking, what we were intending. Cause I'm like, no, I personally didn't read it that way. So we might have to wordsmith it. We're not wordsmithing here on the dais, because that always goes bad. And I think that we already talked about not approving any of this today is what we talked about,
Sending it
right?
back, yeah.
It was good discussion though. Staff heard what we were thinking. I believe the ad hoc is going to continue on if you'll have us, and keep working on this, but actually start off with item 3 in here, which is looking at the the actual rules, the codified duties, because that's the part we didn't even get to in our ad hoc, because it did not occur to us until very late in our conversations. And the other thing too is, I will say, I appreciate Cheryl Blychester bringing it up that we did have a guide and stuff. And I think that we probably should, the ad hoc for sure should revisit it, get a copy to all the board members so we can all take a look at it and see if that even will help us with guidance. Because I haven't looked at that in forever either, since 2025.
Yeah, we can certainly make that available, and it does with our orientations for new planning commissioner.
Yeah.
Isn't included in their orientation materials. But yeah, we can absolutely make that
Okay.
available.
So those are the kinds of things that I think that this was really a helpful conversation, actually.
Agreed. Just kind of piggyback on your thoughts, and I just want to go back. I think we would have really avoided probably a lot of this and a lot of the assumptions if we brought in one of the commissioners or two to express their intent, and we can express ours, because reading a written word, it's like reading a text message. There's no emotion, and you don't get to benefit from the intent. So I think we could improve by including them. I didn't even think about it. Apologize for that.
Yeah.
There was no, I don't want the planning commission to feel slighted in any way. I value them. I value their opinion. And I certainly rely on them to help me with my decisions. So there was no disrespect intended.
Yeah.
So do you want to try for a motion?
Oh, you know what, county council, you've been listening to all this. Can you, what do we do with, what do we do with item 1 and 2 then?
I don't think you're proposing to take any action.
Okay.
on
Yeah,
those
no.
items.
Direction's
just-
been given.
Just
Yeah,
ignore
direction's
those 2?
given, yeah.
And
Continue with the
then,
ad hoc.
okay.
Mhm.
So then item 3 is the discuss and provide direction for the ad hoc to review the
Yeah, so
roles
that
and
could be
do
the
that.
motion.
Yeah.
That is
I
the motion
guess
then,
the
just-
question is, are you intending to refer anything to the planning commission at this point? Or are you going to further the ad hoc discussions, which may result in some more comprehensive changes to the county's ordinance code and the bylaws?
Yeah.
Correct.
That would be my first.
So
Yeah.
if I understand that correctly, then I think what you'd be left with is the status quo for the time being, which is to say not the bylaws are as they have been for the last
Yeah.
handful of years. It's the ones
Yeah.
that were more recently adopted by the planning commission have not yet been approved by this board, so they are not yet effective. So they're
Correct.
just, just reverting to the bylaws that have been in effect for some time.
Can we
So
allow
do
them to
we-
meet at 9 though? Can we just do that with a magic wand?
I mean, I don't know if you can have it both ways. The
I
county's
know.
ordinance code
That's
says
like the
that it's
biggest thing that
adopted
I've
in-
heard is like going to be nice if they started later, but okay, I get it.
So do you feel that we need to make a motion, and make that clear, or do you feel that we've given direction and?
Well, to the extent that
They're
you're
gonna
going to
come-
give direction to the ad hoc to do the comprehensive review, I think that that should be included in your action today because the prior direction to the ad hoc was not so broad. And so I think it's important that if that's what you want them to do, that you provide that direction. But it doesn't appear that you have, I'm not hearing any desire to proceed with any of the other actions that are stated.
Okay, so I'll try for a motion.
Oh.
So no on 1. Take one out. And no on 2. We're just really working with
Mhm.
3 at this
Right.
point.
Well, don't we need to direct the ad hoc
Right,
is 3, okay,
that's-
yeah.
I might just suggest that if you look at the Legistar item, I think what you're looking at is item 3
Right.
in the Legistar, which says, discuss and provide direction to the ad hoc committee on review and potential revisions to the codified duties of the planning commission to further clarify the roles and responsibilities of the planning
Yeah,
commission.
that would have been my motion.
I think then there it
Number
is.
3.
I
Yeah,
think it's
Yeah.
that's
item
just
3
number
as
3.
stated on
I've
the
been trying to
agenda.
get it out there.
Yes,
but
I'm trying to help you
me.
get there, yeah.
Just number 3.
So,
Do
so
number 3.
moved. Item number 3.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So we'll go ahead and head to lunch and then be back at 1 o'clock.
Good night.
Yeah, okay. Greetings, El Dorado County. The Board of Supervisors is now going to resume our regular session, beginning with open forum. Open forum is a time for the public to comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. Kim, please open up to open forum.
We are now taking public comments on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on up, Linda.
Linda Colombo, District 2. I'm back. Between visiting with my great-grandkids in Arkansas and the board's non-meeting days, we've had a big, long break in my reading of Paradise by Lizzie Johnson. The story about the campfire in an area that's very similar to El Dorado County. On November 8th, 2018, the people of Paradise, California awoke to a mottled gray sky and gusty winds. Soon the campfire was upon them, gobbling up an acre a second. That's 208 by 208 feet. Try to imagine that. Or 60 acres a minute, or 3,600 acres an hour, roughly 6 square miles. Its speed was unimaginable. Less than 2 hours after the fire ignited, the town was engulfed in flames. The residents were trapped in their homes and vehicles. By the next morning, 85 people were dead. Live fuel moisture was 74% historically. In November, it was 93%. Residents are quick to forget past fire danger. State government left it to local government to protect their constituents, and therefore development continued unfettered. The civil grand jury issued a report cautioning against further population growth. 4-lane roads were reduced to 2 lanes to provide more parking. In some locations, travel lanes became turn lanes and bulb outs planted with flowers and park benches jutted out into traffic. Telecommunications were badly overloaded and 42% of notifications were never delivered. Only 4,855 phone numbers had been received out of a population of 26,500 people. That converts to 82%. Embers soared on top of 90-mile-an-hour winds and descended on the outskirts of town. Houses were kindling with landscaping material, mulch, brittle grass, clogged gutters with debris, unscreened attic vents, open windows, single-pane windows that shattered with temperature rise, allowing the hot air carrying embers to swirl over upholstered furniture and ignite window coverings, burning the entire house from within. Flames reached as high as 200 feet. 10,500 plastic water service lines had been damaged by the intense heat. Water leaked out, useless to the residents. A 3 million gallon water tank was the first to fail. Water gushed out of the plastic distribution pipes. A school bus carrying 22 school kids, a bus driver, and 2 teachers planned to take a route only a native would know, but was turned back by mutual aid law enforcement with out-of-town uniforms. Psychologists have found that 75% of people in a catastrophe remain in a frozen state of inaction. People often make irrational choices. And I'll be back next week with chapter 13 so we can start reading again. Thank you very much for
Linda.
your
I
time.
appreciate it.
Mhm.
Anybody else want to speak?
Good afternoon. I'm Uncle Fuzzy. You all know me. I'm here to find out where are we going to find that $43 million economic benefit. I notice on the calendar we have something to do with the movie people here and asking for some whatever funding is. I'm not quite familiar with that yet, but that's a question for you guys. I was here before, and anybody got any plans? Anybody got any solution? Anybody outside the box? Are we all still in the box, thinking, but not doing? Thank you. I'll see you again in a few weeks.
Okay. Anybody else? Come on up.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. It's good to be back again. My name is Belinda Wells, and I'm a resident of Camino, California. I'm also an IHSS worker. I've been an IHSS worker for over 5 years now. I'm also a retired public servant, and I'm also a proud member of United Domestic Workers. So I actually care for non-family members, and I've had some clients who live in El Dorado Hills, in Cameron Park. And so there are times when I have to drive 35 miles, I'll just say 70 miles just to get to them. Now, most people won't do that because it's a lot of gas and it's extra time as well, right? And so while we don't get paid for the travel time or mileage to and from work, the costs don't actually stop there. So even today, I took a client to a medical appointment 20 miles away. And then when I get done and I leave here, I'm going to be taking another client to another appointment. So I'm very busy because there's not a lot of folks that will do this job for non-family members for $17.50 an hour. So in rural counties like ours, you all know that sometimes I have to go to UC Davis in Sacramento. So because there's not the full care for some of the services for specialty services up here in El Dorado County. And so, and this is essential to giving the people here in our community to give them some dignity and to also get them services that they need. These people who I work for, some of them have had lucrative past. They've done a lot of different types of jobs and now they're in these situations where they need care. And it's hard to get people if they're not family members. So I commute quite a few hundred miles a week actually to take care of these folks. But without fair wages and recognition for the true cost of this work, many providers, as I said, they can't keep doing this. And our county needs our tax dollars and investments, just as the county needs our care workers. And we just want to remind you that any investment into the people in your community is going to make a difference, and it directly affects our county. So really asking you guys to consider and to care. And would you drive 70 miles to go take care of someone who you didn't even know at first and only get $17.50 an hour? Most people won't do it. So there's a lot of folks out there that need care, but because of the wages that aren't there, the people aren't going to be there. So again, I'm asking you to consider with our upcoming contract that we're trying to finalize and giving us some dignity and decent wages. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Jeff Kramer. I'm a licensed nurse, and I'm one of roughly 1,900 IHSS providers for the county. About 80% are the family members, and 20% are working in the field. I'm here on behalf of those providers and the families we serve. Our county currently funds IHSS at $17 an hour. At that rate, for the typical 60 to 80 hours allocated per month for the recipients, a provider receives about $1,020 a month to $1,360 a month. That small amount must stretch to cover caregiving that keeps a vulnerable neighbor safe in their home. Comparing that to the cost of placing someone in a nursing home, the national median cost for a semi-private nursing home room is about $9,277 a month, and a private room around $10,965 a month. Keeping someone in home with an IHSS provider is dramatically less expensive than institutionalization. Beyond dollars, evidence shows that home support services can produce equal or better outcomes for many seniors and can reduce costly hospital readmissions. Home-based support helps many people remain independent, lowers pressure on hospitals and Medicaid and Medicare, and preserves family assets. In short, investing in IHSS is a smart public policy. After our last forum, the proposed raise was no raise, which is effectively negligible. That token increase does not address retention, burnout, or the economic reality of caregiving. If even modest increases in-home support services pay help avoid a single nursing home placement, the county saves many thousands of dollars each month. Please direct staff to reevaluate in-home support services, wage policy, and propose a meaningful phased wage increase that reflects the cost savings and public health value of keeping residents safely at home. We ask for a plan. Thank you for your time and for considering a fiscally responsible way to support seniors, caregivers, and county budgets. It's fiscally and morally responsible for all of us to care for our aging elderly in our community.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, board. My name is Dwayne Camp. I'm the lead negotiator for UDW. And it's been, I think, 6 years since I had the privilege of speaking before the esteemed board. And so what we've prepared, and one, I want to echo the sentiments of our members and providers who do incredible work in this county. You all know that. I want to just say at the forefront, I know that this county values IHSS. I know this county values continuity of care for the aging community. But I wanted to also contextualize who exactly we're caring for, because as we looked at the data, and every shred of data on that handout is actually made available on the Department of Social Services website. So these are not figures that we created. These are not definitions that we created. Those are figures from DSS directly. And what it will tell you is two things that I think are pretty glaring. One, out of all 58 counties in California, El Dorado is actually tied for second lowest at $17 an hour. That also being said, El Dorado County has the second highest average hours per recipient. So what that means is El Dorado County is unique because we have a recipient population that has a disproportionately high level of need, yet we are offering the second lowest wages in the county. Now, again, I am not casting blame on anybody. In fact, I stood here proudly for the last contract in which we had a 50-cent wage supplement and 20 cents going to dental and vision. Now, really quickly, and I only have a minute left, and if I go a little over, please forgive me. There is a $1.10 cap, right? So the state regulates how much we can negotiate up to. We have 50 cents for wages, 20 cents for dental and vision. That's 70 cents. We have a $1.10 cap, so there is still funds available for us to bargain up to, in which El Dorado, you would maintain that share of cost, 35% of the non-federal share of the program. And I won't get into all that intricacies. But we have an opportunity here. We know that minimum wage is increasing to $16.90 next year. And I really hearken on this board to find that spirit of collaboration. Again, we're negotiating for pennies on the dollar, quite literally. And anything that this county can put forward to actually start negotiations, because right now, again, I'll probably be a little bit over, but right now, I think your negotiators are under the impression that the county can't offer a single penny because it's been zero for all the negotiations that I've been a part of. And what that's doing is it's putting us farther behind the 8 ball, right? The program on the back side or actually on the front side of your pamphlet will show that providers have grown 44% over the last 5 years, over the course of the current contract. Recipient population has grown 41%. And again, given that they have a disproportionately high level of need, we are not able to ensure under the current contract that we're going to meet the needs of the workforce moving forward. So
Thank you.
again,
Thank you.
I invite the county to work with us. We are not inflexible. And I will just say this, closing comments, a measly 3 cents to the dental and vision plan would double the benefit.
Okay, thank you.
Think about that. So thank you again. And again, we look forward to working with the county and coming to a resolution, hopefully expeditiously. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on open forum? Come on up.
Hello, my name is Melissa Frank and I am a caregiver. I'd like to kind of tell you what it's been like just in the last caregiving job that I have had with someone who has complex needs, muscular dystrophy. If you can imagine for a moment a person who is a quadriplegic, what it would be like giving them a bath. There are many things that I had previous training as a physician's assistant that I have used in order to do my job. It's a skilled job. Imagine what it's like when they're at end of life and they are incontinent and in their bed and have a bowel movement. The amount of effort that it takes to get them out of the bed, clean everything, clean them. And that may happen 3 or 4 times in one 24-hour period. Also imagine that you've worked a 24-hour shift. Some people would think, well, you get paid while you're sleeping. Well, if you get to sleep, you may be up cleaning the person up in the middle of the night, going back to sleep after that. And then at the end of your 24-hour shift, by law and ethically, you could not leave the person if the next caregiver doesn't show up. You also don't get paid. I have said before, I appreciate that the hours for sick time went up to 40 hours, but that doesn't even cover 2 shifts for us that work 24 hours. I am the lead caregiver, as the previous lead caregiver was verbally abusive and at times neglectful, but they kept her on for years because what's the alternative? It's very hard, as you can imagine, to get anyone to work. I just found out today that one of the caregivers, likely because of some physical problems, will not be back. And that's 24 hours that will have to be made up. So we will be working more like 60 hours. If a caregiver is sick that works 2 24-hour times, if I take on one more 24-hour period, I can't be paid for all of that time I work. There are so many hours in the last 3 years. Imagine Christmas time not having one day off. At this point, I'm exhausted and I'm wondering if I'm going to be able to finish with this client before he dies.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to speak? Come on up. And I don't see anybody. Let's go to Zoom participants then, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. I'm trying to leave for San Francisco to watch the Giants game tonight. Anyway, oh, pardon me, this is Ken Greenwood from out there in the Triple Junction somewhere out there. Anyway, number 1 mile notice on WTF projects. Remember, they say we need these. They say the first mile is the most important mile, and that's the most important people to get notice about it because people can get excited or they can get excited about it. What's wrong with public input? And that's just about on other projects too. We need to revisit our noticing procedures. There's nothing better than getting early public input on a project so that you can modify the project if necessary and save everybody time and money. Because when we get too far into a project and suddenly some really good issues come up, guess what? Things go bad. And that's another thing on your notice. When you send out your agency notice, you send out public notice too. Item 2, night burning, and for fuel reduction and all that happy stuff. We need to talk to and get CAL FIRE on board to allow this valuable tool to be utilized by people who know what they're doing, like myself and others. I just checked it again. Legistar, item 3. Legistar has a new look, but you still don't carry over the agenda number to the actual item, say 25-1327. I click on that and I get a wonderful thing that doesn't tell me that it's item 34 from my blue item agenda. So need to work on that. Let's see. Yeah, go Giants. Gotta go.
Thanks, Ken.
There is no additional public comment.
All right. Okay. So anyway, thank you all for coming today and speaking on open forum. So let's go ahead and move to our item number 38, Planning and Building Film Commission Ordinance and MOU. Kim?
Item number 38 comes from Planning and Building Department, Economic Development Division, recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction of an ordinance adding Chapter 58 to Title 5 of the El Dorado County Ordinance Code entitled Filming Permits to establish uniform procedures and requirements for commercial filming in El Dorado County. 2, find that the ordinance exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. 3, waive reading of the full ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to August 19th, 2025 for final passage. And 4, approve and authorize the chair to sign a memorandum of understanding with the El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce.
You doing, Karen?
Good afternoon, Chair Turnbull and honorable board members, Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director. So on June 24th, I presented to you a proposal to modify the structure of our film permit process. And as you may recall, we currently have a film resolution that was adopted by the board in 1990. Since that time, the state has developed a fairly robust film office and has developed a model ordinance that local jurisdictions can use and modify for their own needs. And so we went ahead and used that as our basis for our ordinance as well. So in addition to updating the county's film ordinance, the board also provided staff direction to draft an MOU between the county and El Dorado Chamber, outlining all the different parties' roles and responsibilities, and to create a fee schedule to begin capturing revenue for film-related activities that utilize county facilities, buildings, or roads. This is not something the county has previously done, but it is done in other jurisdictions, and cities of Placerville and cities of South Lake Tahoe both collect fees for this type of film activity. So attachment B in your agenda packet would add Chapter 58 of Title 5 to the county code regulating film permits and replace the current resolution. Staff did receive some comments from some members of the board related to the regulation of still photography. And to be clear, the intent of the ordinance is to only charge film fees for still photography, such as a commercial photographer shooting photos for a car ad, as an example. Section 5.58.020, Section 2 specifically exempts motion or still photography solely for the private personal use and not for commercial use. However, I do think it could be clearer, once that was pointed out. So I'm happy to add some language and add underneath that exemption another section that would say portrait photography, still photography, and again, this is exemptions, portrait photography, still photography of individuals, students, or families not requiring road or facility closure, reimbursement for personnel, or use of drones. So I think that adds some further clarification that if you're having your family portraits done, senior portraits done, that is not who we're trying to collect funds from. It is really those that are using it for an ad or for some other, commercial use that then goes out to the public. Attachment D is the proposed MOU between the county, El Dorado Chamber, and Film Office, specifying the terms such as payments, roles and responsibilities, and reporting. Having these terms in the MOU rather than an ordinance or resolution allows for more regular review and updating as needed. So again, the previous resolution was done in 1990. We do not want to wait again that many years before we look at the roles and responsibilities. So specific to the reporting requirements, the board has in the past expressed interest in having, different, maybe more robust reporting on the impacts of the Film Commission and their film activities. And I think particularly related to the county's fiscal health. So, exactly what kind of revenue is being generated and how does that impact the county directly or our businesses, et cetera. So in that MOU, there are more details and about the reporting, and we'll look at those kinds of things and report back to the board on a regular basis. I think having the staff, chamber, and film commission work more closely together on this reporting, we believe that'll better achieve what the board has requested in terms of information and reporting. What you will not see in this is the actual fees that are being proposed. We are still working on those. That piece took a little bit longer because we do need to make sure those are based on actual staff costs. We can't just charge, whatever we want. It needs to be based on costs. It can include indirect costs. So we are close to being done with that. So I actually expect that to come back, if not within the next month, very soon thereafter, certainly by September. I have also reached out to the Parks Division. I had listened in on the conversation the board had when Parks was talking about updating their fees. And so this effort is a little bit ahead of where Parks is. So rather than wait, I think we can include that. And then when Parks updates their fees, if they find some different numbers and want to charge a little bit different amount, we can revise it at that time. But I think we can probably work with them now and get that. So if someone is using Rubicon Trail as an example, we would charge a permit fee for that. And, depending on how they're using it, whether they're closing it down or whether they're just using a portion of it for a short period of time, it might vary what the fee is, but we will continue to work with the Parks Division on that. It should be noted that any activities of a film production that trigger the need for an existing county permit. So as an example, if a film needs an encroachment permit from DOT, they are paying for that and will continue to pay for that. So that's, we'll still collect if they're on a county road for this film permit fee, but then they also still pay that encroachment fee if that's what's needed from DOT. So with that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those at this time.
All right, so I'll bring it to the board. Any questions or comments right now? Greg, anything? All right, I guess we'll go ahead and open up the public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 38. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hey, anybody in the boardroom want to speak? Laura, you don't? Okay. All right. I don't see anybody. Let's go to Zoom participants. Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Sue.
So I just sent in an email, sorry it's late, but I have issues with having these two items together, the film permit and the MOU, both on the same item. They should be separate. Regarding the revised ordinance, Resolution 8690 has a lot of common sense policies that are no longer in the new ordinance. Also, there's actions in the new ordinance that are yet to be taken by the planning director and the board of supervisors, such as the rules, regulations, and fees. Therefore, I don't see how you can approve this as a full reading when it's not finished. also in the first whereas, there's no mention of private property being regulated, but yet, as you go into under permits and exemption A, private property is regulated. How is that I have questions or issues on that. And then the MOU is a bigger issue being attached. Is this, has this position and agreement been addressed in the county budget? Why is the MOU being awarded to the chamber? What happened to a request for services? Was that put out for this? It's just very awkward that this would be on the same item as this other thing. Given that the chamber is a private business whose function is to mainly act as a lobbyist for major developers, she's there every week to do so. The chamber supports candidates that align with the developer's wishes. And I'm concerned that it appears on this last motion to bring this here, three of those candidates that seem to be somehow tied to the chamber are doing this. And it just feels really uncomfortable, special interest, awkward. I process permits for the private sector without being funded by the county to do so. Should I be funded by the county when I help other people with their permits? This does not make sense to fund a business who should be paying for that position, which is a financial benefit to their members. So since this is a planning action, did this go before the planning commission for vetting? So I don't have a problem with the county wanting to delegate someone that's expertise such as Kathleen but I don't know why the county should be paying for that. The chamber has members that pay into this, their business to help with marketing, and the film company should also pay, as I get paid by those that I bring to the county. They pay me, not the county. So I have a huge conflict the way that this is being presented. And I think by doing so, you're ignoring all of the other entities that are doing the same type of actions, bringing tourism to the county without any compensation or support from the board. So I just be careful on that second motion. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. I understand that there was discussion to bring forth changes in the ordinance. I don't necessarily have a lot on that, but I do have a lot of concerns with the MOU. Primarily with the fact also that you guys don't know any of the fees that are going to be charged yet, as was just discussed. And so you don't even know if in fact you approved the MOU, if you would have enough to be able to cover any payments that you have to make to other agencies or your own staff, and then also cover this other person. I know during the budget discussions, it was made pretty clear that you were cutting payments and stuff from the chamber, and also film commission items. So I actually fully agree the chamber is able to be self-supporting. And I don't see any reason why the county should be giving money to them for doing anything. If in fact, as a ordinance and a policy, there's things put in place that things have to be measured or anything like that, then the chamber should potentially make sure that's accounted for in order to ensure that permits are continued. I think it's mixing up too many entities together. And again, I think the chamber should be able to support itself. So thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board. Any comments or questions? Jeff or Karen?
Just your suggestion to add the language to, I guess, exempt the family photographers and things like that. Where would that go under the 5.58-020?
Yes, and so
Exemptions,
it
okay.
lists, I think, 3 exemptions
Yeah.
now, and that would be a 4th.
Okay. Anybody else? Ryan, Lori? You have anything?
Just a quick question. This is a 1-year contract. Does it have extensions?
It,
Or
it
does it
does
just
not have any
automatically-
automatic extensions, so I will be back before the board, reporting out, and if all is going well and is meeting your expectations, that at that time, we would extend the MOU for, however long we believe the board believes is appropriate at that time.
Okay. And so the part I'm just, that's jumping out at me is the fact that we're on a fiscal year. This schedule is also on a fiscal year, but if this gets approved today, then it's into our fiscal year. So typically, if we were doing quarterly payments, they would be expecting a quarterly payment July 1st of 2026. And the contract wouldn't end until August because of the 1 year, but that would put us over the 150,000 that the contract is for. So our fiscal year commitment and the contract aren't lining up. So I guess what I'm saying is they're not expecting a first quarter payment in the fiscal year 26, 27, even though the contract wouldn't expire until August.
So typically, if we had done this before the start of the fiscal year, then yes, that first payment would have been July 1st.
Right.
Because we are already into the fiscal year. If this MOU gets approved, then we will cut that first payment as quickly as we can and then have
The
it on the.
subsequent 3.
Right.
So their last payment would be received April 1st of 2026. The contract wouldn't expire until August, but I'm thinking you guys would probably bring it back before that to get those to align better.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So my intent would be to return before July 1st of next year.
And get it
And yes,
lined up.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Perfect.
And the first payment will be prorated for this year?
No,
Starting after the fiscal year, or no?
the film commissioner has been conducting
all right.
film activities, ongoing.
And Karen, how long is it going to take to get the fee structure done?
We will have it, probably the first meeting in September.
Okay.
Given, and I haven't looked at the schedule, so as long as there's not a ton of other stuff on that meeting, whatever that first meeting in September is.
16th? I think it's the 16th, right? Aren't we?
Yeah,
So.
I think you're right.
you're right too.
Yeah, because the last meeting in August, that was due to the CAO's office already.
So another question is on these fee structures, fees that you're going to bring forward and stuff. Are you looking at other entities that have charged fees like EID? And some of the things, is it going to be based on some of the things that were charged by them?
So we look at that as a model more for the structure, but as I mentioned earlier, we do need to base it on actual staff costs. We can't charge, just, premiums or anything like that.
Right.
However, we always take into consideration overhead and indirect and things like that. So, that's why I know for the public, sometimes they're a little bit shocked at the sticker price, but when you include health insurance and benefits and, a portion of county council's time, a portion of fiscal's time, it does add up.
Okay. Everybody else, any other questions or comments? All right.
Mr. Chair, I'll move this item for approval, inclusive of 1, 2, 3, and 4.
I'll go ahead and second it. Oh.
Should we include those with the amendments to
With
the
the amendments,
exemptions?
yes.
The
Okay.
working
Yep.
amendments, yeah.
Absolutely.
I'll go ahead and, we already did.
Okay.
Yep.
Over to you.
I forget. We do it so often, I can't figure out if we did it or not.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we did. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye. And I would like the record to reflect, I'm supporting this item because I think that, I really appreciate the improved transparency and accountability. And I'm hoping it's a step towards bringing it in-house for succession planning and better collaboration with our other county departments.
Okay,
Motion passes 5-0.
okay, all right. Okay, I guess this is it, right?
Yeah.
We can adjourn. Yeah,
Do your board report.
1:41.
Board reports?
Oh, do we have any?
You?
Of course.
You got? Okay, go ahead.
I'm like, what are you talking
Yeah,
about,
I
man?
just wanted to get out of here quick. That's all right.
tried
If you
wanna
guys
get
want to
out
do
of
it.
here. Gee
All
whiz.
right, board updates to start. You want to start first,
Sure.
Greg?
Myself and District 2 Supervisor had a 2x2 with the El Dorado Hills CSD. I had a meeting with Shriners Hospital and their partnerships with different entities within El Dorado County. I attended the El Dorado Hills Rotary meeting last Wednesday morning and the El Dorado Hills Chamber lunch last Wednesday afternoon. Congressman McClintock spoke at that. Thursday was the El Dorado County Transportation Committee. I had a meeting with the CAO's office regarding proposed CalPERS healthcare plan proposal for county employees. Friday night was National Night Out in El Dorado Hills, sponsored by the CSD, and unfortunately it was over 100 degrees out, so the crowd was sparse, but the displays from the Sheriff's Department and Fire Department and CHP and other entities were out there and were received well. And that is it.
Okay. Brooke?
No report.
Brian?
Yeah, just briefly, many constituent meetings the last couple of weeks, meeting with the acting CAO. Sue, thank you for that. We had an airport ad hoc meeting as well. Lori may elaborate, but we've got a public meeting now in the works.
Yeah,
So
that's it.
looking forward to that. We had a health benefit work group discussion, which was what triggered Supervisor Farrow meeting with CAO Henneke. National Night Out in Camino on Tuesday, and in downtown Placerville the same night, last Tuesday. We had a harvest season traffic meeting talking about all things harvest season, which is coming up. Transit, El Dorado County Transportation Committee, and then yesterday acting CAO in preparation for today, and then planning and building meeting. Appreciate that discussion as well.
Very
All
good.
right, Lori?
I forgot to report out last board meeting.
Oh, no.
I know, but it was really important, and I thought, you know what, it was a big deal. So I did want to do a thank you to our code enforcement division for their persistence in getting the abandoned apartment building at the corner of Green Valley and Cameron Park Drive. It did take a little bit of a fire, very reminiscent of the Taco Bell in Polk Pines, but it is down. And the community is very thankful. It was such an eyesore and a public nuisance. So just shout out, thank you, code enforcement. You guys are awesome. And Nick, our supervisor in code enforcement, actually sent me photos of it so I could put them in my newsletter because the community's been wanting that for a long time. So and thank you, Supervisor Lane, for actually, getting that abatement process going, because for me, it went pretty quick.
Yeah, that's
So
great.
that was great.
I'm glad you could use it.
Yeah. On the 29th, OES had a town hall, evacuation town hall up in Georgetown. Community came out, big numbers, and all our community first responders did a great job of sharing information. And then the very next morning, I believe it was on the 30th, is when OES did the system alert. So I'm kind of curious if we're going to get a presentation, or just not a presentation, but just a little info, like how did it go and numbers. I know I put it in my newsletter. I was telling people, to me, it seems like we got a lot more signups as a result of that, but I don't know that. So it would be good for a little follow-up to see. And I understand they're going to do that every year now, once a year, which is really good to make sure, with all these disasters we have, that everybody's signed up for our system. And then I have some exciting follow-up for you. I brought copies of a letter because it's from April of 2024. And yeah, so basically this letter was sent from the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors to Placer County Board of Supervisors, April 23rd of 2024. A lot was going on with both counties with transitions in staff. So I kind of let it mellow for a while. And then some questions were asked about, well, where's that agreement? And I'm like, oh, I better follow up on that. So I did. And want to let you know that we're revisiting that item. The talks were very positive so far. And I just want to thank everybody for, recognizing that the Rubicon is mostly in District 4. So I appreciate the opportunity to keep taking the lead on that because there's a lot going on out there. And it was even mentioned, the Rubicon was mentioned in our film, item because there's a lot that happens on the Rubicon for revenue generation. So I'll keep you posted on that. Supervisor Turnbull and I had a meeting with Andrew Mishler, the Forest Service here locally, and he just gave us an update on the Caldor recovery project and how that was going. And then we talked about anything else Forest Service, I think. That always happens. And I think there was one more thing you guys might want to know about. Oh, maybe not. No, everything else was already reported by others. So thank you.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you, Lori.
Yeah.
Only thing I have is basically monthly meetings with all, with a lot of our staff and, different department heads and stuff. And also we had that Andrew Mishler, which is very, very good. Also, I got in contact with Sharon Institute because they need some help. And hopefully Zach and Jonathan said they'll reach out to him and see what they can do to help him because they just took in, which is really kind of crazy, 260,000 acres here. Institute is doing good forest management up there in Butte County and replanting. It's unbelievable what they've contracted, for. So they just got a big grant for that to be able to do that. So, which is really good. So hopefully they can help or guide, El Dorado County National Forest in the same way and help them. So then we had El Dorado Transit and Transportation meeting. And then I didn't go to a National Night Out. My knee was swollen. I was icing it down. So I didn't get a chance to do that. But anyway, and then we had Kevin Kiley spoke on the House floor to FEMA and asking for the individual assistance for the people in Grizzly Flat. So still advocating for that. So that's all I have.
Just have a follow-up from earlier, the question about the surveyor's office.
Yeah.
And whether any of that time is reimbursable. Reached out to Carla Haas, of course, our disaster liaison, and she's discovered that we received about $36,000 between overtime and straight time for the surveyor's office for the work done in Caldor.
Okay.
So it looks like going forward, we will continue to make sure that we're including that in our claim.
Perfect.
And also she will be providing the results of the RAVE emergency alert system test to the board members via email.
That'd be
Okay,
perfect.
awesome. All right. I guess that's it.
Now we're done.
All right.
Nice.
So now we can adjourn at 1:49.
Is that Georgia time or county time?
No, this is county time. Mine's 1:52. Mine's 3 minutes.